what you need to fully participate in the conference. And one more announcement, we will repeat it many times, but before we finish tomorrow, don't leave us too soon or don't run for lunch, because we would like to have a family photo on these beautiful stairs. But we will have a professional photographer do that, and I promise I will email that to all of you so you don't have to also try to pass your phones, okay? And then after that, we finish with lunch. And one final announcement, there was a lot of questions where the dinner reception is. It's also in the town hall, on the ground floor, in the library room, and we will be there to point you in the right direction. And thank you for coming and enjoy the conference. Hello. So hello again, and one more announcement. We invite you to engage with us on Twitter. The hashtag for this conference is Accessible EU Cities. So if you are a Twitter fan, join us. We'll be speaking live at this conference. And we're going to be starting in 2 minutes.
Thank you.
This is what room is this?
This is Solonor.
Just not for the city council.
No. City Council has to meet next. This is the honor room.
Okay. So we are honored.
Yes. And we have
Yeah? Are you okay to start or you want to be
Yes.
announced?
okay. If you want. I can be.
You can do.
Yes. Ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. Boa tarde a todos. Welcome to the City Hall of Lisbon. Welcome to Lisbon. Bem-vindo a Lisboa. Bem-vindo ao Espaço de Conselho da Cidade de Lisboa. Well, we are very honored to welcome you and welcome this conference of Eurocities. Receive the whole representatives of cities from Eurocities, all partners of the working group of disability and accessibility, and we hope you had to the working group. You had a good working time, and we hope that this conference will be, and we are sure, will be a success. Já tem? Aha. No, I speak in English. Well, for us in Lisbon, for this council, accessibility is a principle of the city to everybody. It's a social right. It's a human right for everybody, from born to until death. We have to prepare the city to everybody. We need an inclusive city to ensure that everybody has the same rights in every matters of the day by day. So for us, talking about accessibility, jobs and inclusion is talk about the everyday. So thank you very much for coming here, and I give word to Annalisa to say why you are here. Because well, I think you should come to Lisbon to walk around and take good time. But, well, you choose to come to work. It's very strange, but I hope you will stay during the weekend and enjoy Lisbon, enjoy the sun, enjoy the beach, enjoy sardinhas, enjoy pastéis de nata, enjoy good weather, and you have good time. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, João. I'm really pleased and honored to be here with you, all of you, today.
And I'm so grateful that you are co-organizing this conference with us as Eurocities, with the City of Berlin, with all the members of the working group on accessibility of Eurocities that I thank for having put all the work to organize. And I'm very grateful that you're hosting us here in such a beautiful city from which I have really fond memories. I've been here a long time ago and I still have these, good memories. And I have to say, as a Mediterranean, I'm so happy to be in a good weather. I heard that last week it was horrible. So you see the power of Eurocities? Sun. The sun is shining on us. Just a test. Okay, so thank you, Lisbon. Thank you, Berlin. Thank you, all the speakers that have taken the time from Paris one day to come all the way from their busy schedule. And thank you also to my team, Paulina and Kira, for all the excellent work. So, after all this thank you, let's get started. We have a packed agenda, and we're going to start with by taking a more larger view on accessibility, starting from the international and European perspective. We will have the academic network of European disability experts to talk to us about the UN Conventions on Rights for People with Disabilities, and the European Commission as well. Well, this is as it should be, because the aim, as you said, the aim of this conference is mainly to highlight the important role of cities in making life more accessible in our cities. Because they are beautiful, they are vibrant, as we said, but yet for some people they can be an obstacle course. And of course this doesn't have to. So as well as our representatives from these two international institutions, we will also have presentations from 5 cities who are playing a leading role in making urban life more accessible. So we'll be hearing from Paris and Berlin, from Ljubljana and Oslo, and of course from Lisbon itself. So it gives me really particular pleasure to be here on behalf of Eurocities, because for us, that we are the leading city representative group in Europe, for us, accessibility is not only a priority, but it's really an essential part of the future that we want for our citizens. And accessibility should not be seen as a cherry on a cake, and it's not for many, many cities, but it must be built into the way we design, we build and we think our cities. So this is really what we all believe. So that brings us to the first speaker of this afternoon, Sofia Lorenzo, sorry for the pronunciation, I'm not sure it's good, from the Unit of Rights of Persons with Disability at the European Commission, Director General Employment. Sofia is a real expert in this matter, and she's going to take us through the European Disability Strategy up to 2020, what we have achieved so far, and perhaps more importantly, what's going to happen next. So Sofia, you have 10 minutes. As the moderator of today's sessions, my role will be to be fair, but also to keep us to time. So please, may I remind to all the speakers that 10 minutes are really 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Sofia, the floor is yours. Yeah, or? Ah, okay. We can move it.
We stay here?
Yeah, sure.
Boa tarde a todos. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be back in Lisbon, which is actually my city, despite the fact I've been living in Brussels for quite a few years now. But I'm very thankful and grateful to Eurocities for the invitation, and the cities of Lisbon and Berlin. And as Annalisa has presented, I will do a brief presentation on what are we doing at European level in the areas of disability and accessibility. So you, first of all, could think, well, disability is mostly a responsibility of the member states in areas such as healthcare, education, employment. Why do we have a disability policy at European level? Well, the thing is that people with disabilities have the same concerns, and they also have the same rights and face the same barriers and the same discriminations. So the EU policy can have a direct impact on their lives and has the potential to improve their situation. So in 2010, we have the next slide, please. In 2010, we have set up, already after signing the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we set a 10-year strategy, the so-called European Disability Strategy, with a view to give a framework of the work that the EU and the Commission in particular would be doing to implement the UN Convention and to give visibility and empower people with disabilities to enjoy their rights and to promote a barrier-free Europe. On the convention itself, the EU, as I said, is a full party since 2011, and so are 25 of the member states, and the other 3 remaining ones are in the process of ratifying as well the convention. But on the convention, Mark Priestley will give you further information on it. So the disability strategy was adopted, and we are now halfway its implementation, and it was set on 8 main areas, which are accessibility, participation, equality, employment, education, social protection, health, and external action. These are the 8 main areas of action that the EU is working on, and I will focus on the area of accessibility because it's the area we are here to talk about today. At the European Union level, there are several tools that we can use to work on these areas. They are legislation, quite known, the mainstreaming that is a very important role of the unit I work for, which is making sure that the needs and wishes of people with disabilities are, and the rights of people with disabilities are taken into account in every piece of legislation and policy that is produced at European level. Then we cooperate very closely with the member states and with civil society, which is also an obligation by the convention. We were doing it before, and we will continue and reinforce this close contact and dialogue with civil society. We also have the possibility on funding, and in the area of accessibility, it's very interesting to use the funds to improve accessibility, and I will tell you how, through which instruments this can be done. And of course, we also promote awareness on all the 8 areas, opportunities for exchange of information, and reporting. On reporting, this year we are preparing, as I said, we are halfway in the implementation of the strategy, so we will present at the beginning of next year a progress report on what has been done so far, what have been the main achievements, and last year we already reported to the UN committee our work to implement the convention. Then we have studies, data collection, and governance as other tools that we use to move the strategy forward. Now focusing a bit more on the area of accessibility, what have we been doing in the last 5 years? A very important achievement was in the area of public procurement, which is, of course, for great importance for public authorities. So whenever public authorities in the member states procure, buy goods and services in a bigger scale at European level. So they have the obligation that whenever those goods or services are to be used by people, they have to be accessible. And this is a criteria that is compulsory in both when the terms of reference of the competition are drawn, but also when the award and the selection is done. This revision of the directives, and this became an obligation very recently, and it's now being transposed into national legislation. For the use of the so-called structural and investment funds that are now set for the period 2014-2020, there is also the obligation of when member states who manage these funds build, for example, a school or improve a sports area, that it has to be accessible. And this, and the Commission and the entities managing the funds should be attentive that this is indeed done. Also, with promoting the independent living is one of the other criteria of the use of the funds. In a more sector-specific legislation, there was already a few years the legislation regarding the lifts. So lifts need to be accessible in the area of the rail. So any cross-border rail transport service needs to be accessible, and the low platform buses, which we see in many cities of Europe, now the buses that kneel so that people can, in wheelchair users, can enter easily. A couple of years ago, there was a proposal from the Commission on promoting accessibility of some public websites. This proposal for a directive is still being discussed in Council, but the Parliament was, the European Parliament was very supportive, and we are following up its hopefully adoption soon. At the unit I work for and in DG Employment, we are continuing to work on a European Accessibility Act from an internal market perspective to improve the accessibility of products and services that circulate in the internal market. And in parallel, we continue to work on some standardization processes, because sometimes the legislation needs to be further developed, that the criteria in the legislation is only at a higher level, that there is an obligation that it is accessible, and sometimes some functional requirements are already included, but when you get into the specifics, then you go to the technical details that are normally included in standards, norms. And so this parallel work is quite important as well. The funding of research, and I take the opportunity to finish my presentation with initiative that the Commission has been already developing for a few years, and the cabinets and the commissioners have also been very proud and involved, which is the Access City Award. So cities from all over Europe with more than 50,000 inhabitants are very welcome to apply, and for this year competition, the call was just launched this week with a deadline on the 10th of September. The city of Berlin, who is here represented today, has been fortunately and very proudly one of the winners of this award, and I'm sure they will tell us, and there are other cities that will be here today that have been received some mentions and awards. And this year I introduce you because it's new. The two special mentions are on access to work, and the second one is on accessible smart cities. So these two are the special mentions that will receive also awards this year. And I'm happy to reply then subsequently to questions and etc. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sofia. I was very, very interested to see how transversal your work is. You are Madame Mainstreaming, mainstreaming accessibility, disability in all the legislative policy activity work of the European Commission. How hard this is within the House. Is this working? Are you finding it difficult? Is it something that you are succeeding?
Yes, well, step by step, we managed to raise even internally the visibility of the convention, of the disability strategy, and of course we have to work with civil society also to help us, remind some members of the European Parliament to work on these fields, and we have been, through inter-service groups, passing on the message, and indeed there has been some achievements that we have been proud. There's still a long way, and accessibility is not done in one go, so we will continue, and there's much to be done in the area of disability.
Okay, be aware that cities can help you to,
of course,
to make a case inside also this new European Commission, because as you all know, it's a new mandate with new priorities. So what about the Accessibility Act? Is this something that we can hope for? Is it going to go out soon, be published soon, or is it going to be postponed, changed, adapted? Do we have any information on that?
Well, we are still having some internal consultations internally within the services of the Commission. With the new Commission, so there was a new hierarchy, a new structure of vice presidents, and our unit moved from DG Justice to DG Employment with a view to improve to work on the rights of employees with disabilities and promote the inclusion of people with disabilities in the area of employment. But of course this delayed a bit the internal procedure towards adoption of the Act, but we are closer now, and our Commissioner Tyson, who is the Belgian Commissioner for Employment and Social Inclusion, is very committed, and our Director General as well. So hopefully still this year we will have the adoption by the European Commission.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We are only 20 minutes late, so I suggest that we continue, and anyway, Sofia is here. We will have a coffee break, and people who want to go more into a bilateral exchange, she's here. So let's now widen the focus and move to a more international overview of this issue. So Mark Priestley, a very renowned expert from the Network of European Academic Experts on Disability, he will take us through the UN Convention of Rights of People with Disabilities, and again on what we have achieved so far and what we can expect in the coming years. So Mark, the floor is yours. Again, please be as fast as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalisa. Thank you for the invitation to speak. It's a great pleasure to come back to Lisbon. We were here last year for research, and the sun is always shining, so it's great. My name is Mark Priestley, so I'm the Scientific Director of the European Commission's academic network in the area of disability. We work mainly in the social sciences, but also looking at law, also looking at accessibility, and we try to bring together researchers and policy evidence. But of course our researchers are also located within cities, in universities. We have a fantastic team here in the University of Lisbon. Paolo will be here this evening. So what I want to try to do is to echo some of the themes that Sophia has already mentioned, and to link together the global picture of the UN Convention with the responsibilities of cities. So I'll try to do that. Some of you will know this, some of you will be less familiar. So the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which we usually refer to as the CRPD in English, is a global treaty made between member states. But the European Union is also party to this treaty, as Sophia said, and it's the first time that a regional integration organization like the European Union has ever been party to one of these types of treaties, so it's really interesting to look at the responsibilities. But mostly it's a treaty between national governments. So the really good news is that you have no responsibilities under the convention. The really bad news is that you have all of the responsibilities for making it happen. So balancing those responsibilities is an interesting problem. The treaty exists as part of the United Nations human rights framework, and as such there are other conventions, the rights of the child, and so on. And it sets out a really comprehensive picture of the rights of disabled people in all the aspects of their lives. And there is not time to go through all of them. But I thought we'd pick some examples and look at how cities are really responsible for some of those things. But one really useful way to think of it, in terms of thinking how do we make this happen, is a framework which we've also used with the Fundamental Rights Agency, which comes from the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in the UN, which is to think about structure, process, and outcomes. So the Convention itself gives us a structure. And the way in which national governments sign up to the Convention gives them a structure. So a structure of laws that are put into place that show that disabled people have rights. Process is really about the effort that we all put in to making those rights happen. So where are the investments, financial investments, the programs, the training, the implementation? And outcomes, well, what are the results? Can we measure results for disabled people, but also in the changes that we make? So it's quite helpful to think about those three things as we go along. So, as Sophia mentioned, 25 of the EU member states have ratified this convention and brought it into the law of their own country. So they have structurally made that commitment. The other three countries, Ireland, the Netherlands and Finland, have made commitments towards doing that and are in the process of working out how to do that. But the countries have taken very different approaches. So some countries signed up very quickly. There were 7 or 8 European countries that ratified the convention within the first year that it became available. So from March 2007, and within a year, 7 or 8 countries had acted very quickly. And then there was another group of 7 or 8 countries who took, 2 or 3 years to make that happen. And another group of countries that have taken more than 4 years. And at a more extreme, so for example in Ireland, there's a very strong position that they don't want to ratify the convention, or they feel unable to, until they have changed all the things that need to change in the legal system of their own country. So countries have very different approaches. This is not from the convention, but it's a model that we sometimes use to think about what's happening. So all of the countries in the EU and the EU have made a commitment to the rights that are established in that convention. And they've started to recognize those rights in national laws. So something to think about at the regional and at the municipal level is there any evidence of the commitment that we've made? So we can see it in national disability strategies. Every country in the European Union now has some kind of national disability strategy or an action plan for the convention, or to take that forward. But what do we have at the municipal level? Are there also similar action plans? And what's the connection between municipal action plans, national action plans, and the global UN treaty? Recognition is really important at the national level. How have states recognized the existence of disabled people as people who have rights, people who have the capacity to make decisions in their lives, and people who are discriminated against? So how do we recognize the existence of disabled people in our policies and plans? Thirdly, how do we involve the participation of disabled people in their organizations? We can see that starting to happen at the national level. Most of the countries now have some mechanism at a national level for bringing disabled people into the decision-making process in policy making. But how is that happening at the municipal level? and how does it link in to the national mechanism? How do we protect the rights that disabled people have? We can recognise them, but protection, whether it's social protection or simply the legal protection of people's rights, is a much more difficult practice. And I'll come to an example. The example I think we would use for this conference is accessibility. So within the United Nations Convention, there are some 50 articles, and 30 of them at least give specific rights. So let's take an example. One of those articles is Article 9. And Article 9 of the Convention is around accessibility. Some of you will be very familiar with it. And it focuses on the same areas that Sophia talked about: the built environment, transport, and access to information, particularly information technologies. So if we were thinking about the responsibilities at the national level, that might mean making public websites accessible. But how does that work at cities? Cities are usually responsible for transport, not so much national governments. And finally, our problem as scientists is always, well, where is the evidence? We have lots of people who say, yes, disabled people have rights. But where is the evidence that we're delivering those rights? So, just moving on for the last couple of minutes, I'll just take one example from research. So if we look at European surveys, we can see that disabled people are disadvantaged throughout Europe, in every country of Europe, and that the patterns are rather similar. So I don't expect you to be able to read this graph, but I'll tell you what it shows. We have a bar graph, and this is about the risk of poverty or social exclusion in the European Union. And it's the same picture in Portugal, and it's the same picture in Germany. The bars are a little different, but the pattern, it's the same. So on the left-hand side is the risk of living in a house that's in poverty or social exclusion for people who are not disabled. And that's fairly low. It's about 22% across the EU. The second one is a higher bar, and that's the risk for people who say they have some level of impairment that causes them some difficulty in their daily life. And that risk goes up. And then the next one is the risk for people who say they have a severe impairment or that it severely affects their daily life. And that's 36%. So the risk of poverty and exclusion for the household goes up and up and up. And it's higher for women than it is for men. And so it goes down. So we can see those patterns. But what is it that causes that poverty and exclusion for the household? Well, the really big risks are actually for people of working age, people with severe impairments of working age, and lack of access to employment is a really big factor in that. So certainly the risks of poverty are, to some extent, within the control of local labour markets, cities, accessible transport systems, social services, personal support. All of those things are barriers to people improving their income, not just for them, but also for their families. Okay, 2 more slides. This slide is just a way of representing the difficulty that we have. The UN Convention is a global framework. Within it, you've got the European strategies that Sophia talked about, which are about laws, but also just about bringing people together like this to exchange experiences. Within that, you have national disability policies, and within that, you have local realities and local responsibilities. And really, the responsibilities are very much yours when it comes to accessibility, transport, the built environment, education systems, housing, leisure services, culture, recreation, health and social services. And that's where the real challenges lie. So I won't cover the last slide, but we can imagine a matrix, and something we'd be really interested to do as researchers would be to work with a small number of cities on some of these issues, to look at some of those areas as they actually happen at the local level, bring together universities, disabled people's organisations, city governments, and see if we could do some case studies. We'd be really keen to do something like that.
Okay.
So, I leave you with that.
Thank you very much. Mark? I think, well, the two presentations really echo each other. The main points have been made. I would say that not the last, but the one before is the really the slide that I would like to attract attention to, because it really made us touch all these presentations, the interlink and the need to see the whole the issue of accessibility in a global framework with the European, with the national, with the local. So it really shows how interlinked and how it is important to consider all these levels. And of course in there, the responsibilities of our cities, of the municipal levels on the main points you've built in environment. So there's a lot of work. And but still, things are moving slow maybe, but they are moving. So let's be optimistic. Okay, thank you very much. Again, because we are quite late, I would move to the next panels, knowing again that, this morning, for instance, in the working group, we've had a lot of an exchange of experience on exactly how the different cities are implementing the UN Convention. So we want to work with you, of course, so just, stay around. Okay, so now, we all know that as cities, if we want to change something, in terms of accessibilities, I think we need to have we have to work on two directions, in two ways. The top-down, strategic, politically driven work, but also projects on the ground and very concrete, implementation of ideas. Because big ideas without implementation don't go anywhere, and implementation without a strategic leadership doesn't happen. So these two work together, and for that reason, and also to show you the diversity of what happens in different cities, in 5 different cities, we are proposing you 5 speakers. And to start this new session, so maybe we could, you can, you see. We will start with Paris, avec Monsieur le maire adjoint de la ville de Paris, talking to us about how authorities, public authorities, local authorities there, drive the accessibility agenda. So, Monsieur Jomier has been Deputy Mayor of the City of Paris since 2014, and he's responsible for health, handicap, and relations with public hospitals. So, Monsieur Jomier, vous avez la parole. Again, I hope, please stay in your time. Thank you very much.
It's okay? Okay. So thank you very much, first of all, for your invitation. I'm very pleased to be here in Lisbon, in this beautiful city hall. Maybe as beautiful as Paris City Hall, I can tell you. And I'm especially happy to be here with you for this conference about disability. Please give me permission to continue in French language. It will be much better for your ears, I think. Donc, Paris est une grande ville, une ville de 2 millions d'habitants, 10 millions d'habitants avec la métropole, et une ville qui reçoit environ 30 millions de visiteurs par an. Donc une ville dans laquelle les enjeux d'accessibilité sont particulièrement importants. Je vais rapidement vous expliquer quelle était la situation au début des années 2000 et quelle est la situation aujourd'hui et quelle politique la ville de Paris a mis en place pour faire face à cette question de l'accessibilité. Au début des années 2000, peu d'établissements publics étaient accessibles, notamment en raison d'un patrimoine architectural complexe, souvent ancien, et qui rendait difficile la mise en accessibilité. Paris a plus de 1700 km de voirie, et on comptait en moyenne sur les trottoirs de Paris un obstacle tous les 10 mètres. Obstacles de nature très différente, les mobiliers urbains, mais une chaussée accidentée, des motos, des 2 roues qui stationnent sur le trottoir, des chantiers tout ce qu'une ville très dense, parce que je rappelle que Paris a aussi la caractéristique d'être une des 5 villes les plus denses du monde, tout ce qu'une ville très dense comporte comme obstacle. Les enfants parisiens étaient très majoritairement non accueillis, pour ceux qui étaient en situation de handicap, dans les écoles de la ville qui n'étaient pas adaptées. Il y avait peu de politiques de formation et un taux de chômage des personnes en situation de handicap plus de 2 fois supérieur à la moyenne nationale. Un manque de place également dans les institutions spécialisées pour les enfants et des personnes handicapées vieillissantes en perte d'autonomie et manquant de solutions. Ce tableau n'est quand même pas très réjouissant. Depuis le début des années 2000, donc la ville de Paris a mis en place un programme, un schéma départemental de 5 années qui, toutes les 5 années, est révisé. Et ce schéma de la ville pour l'autonomie des personnes en situation de handicap balaie et couvre tout le champ des politiques publiques. Un exemple important est celui de la voirie et des transports en commun. Nous adaptons les transports en commun. Alors, le métro parisien, en raison de sa configuration, a une dérogation légale à la mise en accessibilité aux fauteuils roulants. Mais 100% des lignes de bus, ce qui comporte le matériel roulant, les arrêts de bus, bien sûr, ont été rendus accessibles. Le tramway est également 100% accessible. Et la voirie a été adoptée avec les abaissements de trottoirs, les bandes pododactyles, les bandes d'éveil. Mais j'ai pu voir qu'en la matière, Paris pouvait encore prendre beaucoup de leçons ici à Lisbonne, parce que j'ai pu constater à quel point l'aménagement de la voirie ici était particulièrement adapté aux personnes en situation de handicap. Et donc, ce travail sur la voirie, il y a aussi eu les feux sonores, 9000 feux sonores ont été équipés. Et donc, ce travail a permis d'améliorer considérablement la chaîne des déplacements. Donc, ce schéma, vous voyez, comporte un ensemble de politiques très transversales pour les dispositifs municipaux et bien sûr tous les nouveaux projets de la ville de Paris, dès leur genèse, dès leur conception, incluent la question de l'accès aux personnes en situation de handicap. Si je prends par exemple l'exemple d'un établissement culturel, il doit bien sûr permettre la venue physique des personnes en situation de handicap, mais leur permettre aussi de pratiquer et de développer leurs propres projets artistiques. Il doit intégrer les questions d'accessibilité à leur programmation. Il doit accueillir des événements dédiés. Et enfin, il doit recruter des personnes en situation de handicap. La loi française impose à tout employeur, au-delà d'un certain nombre de salariés, d'avoir 6% de personnes en situation de handicap dans ses effectifs. Depuis 2005, le cadre législatif a changé avec une loi qui prévoit l'accessibilité générale à tous les établissements recevant du public. Il y a à Paris plus de 25 000 établissements qui reçoivent du public, dont plus de 2 000 sont gérés par la municipalité. La mise en accessibilité, et j'y reviendrai juste après, ne s'est pas faite dans de bonnes conditions. Et 10 ans après l'application de la loi, beaucoup d'établissements recevant du public ne sont toujours pas accessibles. Donc la ville de Paris s'est inscrite dans le nouveau dispositif réglementaire que le gouvernement a décidé d'élaborer, celui des agendas d'accessibilité programmés. Donc nous programmons, avec des délais maximums qui nous sont accordés, la mise en accessibilité de l'ensemble des établissements. C'est un travail qui va prendre encore quelques années et pour lequel 200 millions d'euros vont être investis à Paris dans les 5 années à venir. Il y a aussi beaucoup de dispositifs techniques, innovants et humains qui sont mis au point et j'ai vu que d'ailleurs les villes suivantes vont nous exposer des exemples très intéressants et je serai tout à fait passionné à écouter ce que les autres villes ont pu mettre en place à la matière. Mais nous cherchons, je crois tous et toutes, des solutions techniques, des solutions aussi dans les outils numériques pour favoriser l'accessibilité de toutes les fonctions de nos villes aux personnes en situation de handicap. Mais je voudrais vous dire, et je vais arriver à ma conclusion, que toutes ces réalisations ne peuvent pas réellement garantir une accessibilité de nos villes s'il n'y a pas une appropriation par les citoyens. La volonté des leaders politiques est essentielle. Leur engagement est indispensable si l'on veut rendre nos villes accessibles. Mais sans l'appropriation par les citoyens d'une culture du handicap, c'est-à-dire la prise de conscience que chacun a droit à un accès égal aux fonctions de nos cités, sans cette appropriation collective, l'application d'une loi est quelque chose qui est voué à l'échec. Je le dis parce qu'en France, on est grands spécialistes pour adopter de belles lois au Parlement et pour après très mal les appliquer. Il y a des pays qui sont beaucoup plus pragmatiques, ils ont des législations peut-être moins belles, mais une application bien plus efficace. Et d'ailleurs, quand je suis arrivé tout à l'heure, j'ai pris une photo que je vais envoyer sur Twitter à destination de mes collègues parisiens tout à l'heure. Je ne sais pas si c'est le bâtiment de l'hôtel de ville, mais le long, quand on arrive par la rue, il y a une entrée avec une marche qui doit faire 15 ou 20 cm, et il y a un plan incliné en bois qui permet d'accéder tranquillement au bâtiment. Eh bien, ce dispositif qui ne gâche rien de la beauté patrimoniale de cette rue et du bâtiment, à Paris, il ne serait pas autorisé. C'est-à-dire qu'une conception très rigide du patrimoine vient percuter de plein fouet la politique de mise en accessibilité, et on est tellement persuadé que notre patrimoine est le plus beau du monde qu'on ne voudrait pas l'entacher avec une planche en bois. C'est absolument ridicule. Et je dois dire que c'est aussi mon travail, le travail que nous menons avec Anne Hidalgo, la maire de Paris, de faire évoluer les mentalités pour dire qu'une ville moderne doit concilier le respect du patrimoine, bien sûr, mais la place des personnes en situation de handicap et l'accessibilité de chacun. Donc j'enverrai cette photo sur Twitter et je transmettrai le message à mes amis parisiens qu'à Lisbonne, on sait faire pragmatique et pas qu'à Paris, il est temps qu'on s'y mette aussi. Voilà, je terminerai, et là j'aurai vraiment fini, en disant que, on le sait tous, les politiques d'accessibilité en faveur des personnes en situation de handicap profitent à un nombre bien plus large de citoyens parce qu'il y a un continuum évident entre les situations de handicap et les situations de perte d'autonomie causées par la maladie, causées par l'âge, le vieillissement de la population. C'est donc non seulement des politiques indispensables en direction des personnes en situation de handicap, mais ce sont des politiques d'intérêt général et c'est pour ça que nous avons besoin de toute la société et de volontarisme pour les gagner. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Je pense que tout ça, enfin, on parle anglais? I don't know. You can go on. I'm sorry. We switch automatically in Brussels. It's always like that. So I think this is music for our ears here to hear such a strongly and driven political, leadership in a big city like Paris. And talking about Paris as a big city, as you said at the beginning. It's a big city in all senses. What would be your advice to the leaders of some of the other European large cities when it comes to driving the agenda on accessibility? The one most important, advice that is enabling you to drive this agenda and pull everything together?
I don't know. I'm not really qualified to give any advice to anyone, but
No,
I think that
your
the
experience.
political involvement is really necessary. I mean, if the political leaders are not strongly convicted that the place of people in situation of disability makes sense and gives sense to a local policy and give sense to a city. What's a city? People living together. And why do they live together? To be together, to go to sportive activities, cultural activities, educational activities, all together. In other cases, it has no sense. We can stay, everyone in his whole house, and we stay alone. No. We are leaders in our cities. We must send a message to our citizens. We are together. And you know, just last week, we ended the extraordinary month in Paris. What was it? Around 400 different events in the public space. I mean, in the street, concert, sport, and so on, involving handicapped people and valid people. And it makes sense because in this occasion, all of Parisians were together for 1 month in many different occasions. And we show that it's possible to live together in our city, and we must do it. Nothing else.
Perfect. And thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So I would suggest we move now to Berlin. A moment ago, I said that we need to look at projects on the ground, as well as projects from the perspective of the city leadership, as we have just heard. Well, in Berlin, in this session, we are going to be more on the ground, and we are looking at interactive tools for wheelchair accessibility. To tell us about that, we have Jonas Deister, Director of Soziale Helden, Social Heroes, it means, an award-winning team of young change makers and social entrepreneurs with and without disabilities that in Berlin are focusing on social issues and the pragmatic solutions that can be found. So I think there is a video, afterwards. Okay, so Jonas, you have the floor for a few minutes.
Thank you for having me here. So I'm from Social Heroes. This is a non-profit organization based in Berlin. We are 10 people, and we were founded 10 years ago. Just to mention it up front, we don't get any funds from Berlin or other cities. We're just activists and have some companies who support us. And now we're also being funded a little bit by the European Commission with CAP for Access. This is also a project, but this is something I mention later. So, oops.
Hit the middle button.
The middle one, okay. Sorry. Okay, so this is us. I just wanted to make sure that you all know that we are also an inclusive team. So we are people with disabilities and without, because we think it's very necessary. If you do projects for people with disabilities, you need to have them with you, to have the expertise. And yeah, you all know the slogan, nothing about us without us. So yeah, so this is us. I want to talk mainly about Wheelmap. Wheelmap is an online map for wheelchair accessible places. So any one of you realized that there are a lot of places you can't enter because, for example, of that steps in front. And so when we want to meet with friends or with family or we are traveling, we actually want to know which place people with reduced mobility can actually enter. And there have been also in Germany some cities who raised a couple of information, but these were often people who decided sitting on a desk what might make sense. So they actually raided pharmacies or doctors and put on a little database, but often people couldn't find the database. And if you come from Munich and want to visit Berlin or Lisbon, you actually, it's hard to find these relevant information. And our idea was, what if all the people who are faced with barriers share their experience and their knowledge about barriers and places actually they can enter. So we built Wheelmap. I just actually show you here an online map for which accessible place, and actually it works like Wikipedia, so everyone can contribute information. And you can see some marks here, green marks, yellow marks, and red marks. And this means, so if it's green, it's for example a restaurant, you can actually enter with a wheelchair, it doesn't have got any step. If it's yellow, you might enter, or you can enter, but not every room is accessible, or maybe the wheelchair accessible toilet is not there. And red does mean you actually can't even enter at all. So, and via this thing, we started 5 years ago, and it's available also in 22 languages, the browser version. People who use Wheelmap have marked more than 550,000 places worldwide already. 300,000 of them are marked as green, 117,000 is yellow, 133,000 is red. So this gives you also a good impression about the ratio of wheelchair accessible places and not wheelchair accessible places. What is also very nice to have is we can actually see, for example, for Berlin, what kind of districts in Berlin are actually less wheelchair accessible and which are more. I mean, there are older parts of Berlin and newer ones. And so this might be also nice information for you who might not know Wheelmap already, because people might use it already in your city. We also added a new feature last month, so people can also mark whether a place has got a wheelchair accessible toilet. This was also the most requested feature of users, because a use case is I'm on or in front of the town hall in Lisbon, and I actually just want to go to toilet and I want to know where the nearest toilet is. So this is one use case, and you can also look now for places with wheelchair accessible toilets. Here you can see the activity level in Europe. So we are a non-profit organization, we don't do commercials or anything, so our power is like public relations, and in Germany we're quite strong, but you can also see some activity in other cities. So 1/3 of these 550,000 information is outside of Germany, but 2/3 inside of Germany. But everyone can participate, so just let your people know that there is a tool and that they can use it and share information with other citizens or tourists. Here's just one screenshot from Berlin. This is one detail thing, so you see that a lot of places have been rated, and just the gray markers, we don't have any information yet. And in comparison, for example, the center of Lisbon, there's a lot of gray, so people aren't that active yet here because they might not know about Wheelmap. This was a mapping event we made in Elche, this is in Spain. So mapping events help us actually to get information of one city. So if you don't have any databases, for example, of wheelchair accessible places, we can give you an idea how to organize a mapping event with people with and without disabilities to come together and having one day actively and marking places. And this is a before and after, and you can just see the impact and the outcome of one day's activity. We also did some stuff in Bologna. We marked places there, and there was a big action. Here you can also see Bernard. Also, we see it as an initiative having ramps. So I mean, Wheelmap is about about the cartography of a problem of non-wheelchair accessible places and wheelchair accessible places. But we thought, as activists, what can we actually do to transform the situation, to make it better? And we collected 50,000 euros as funds and could buy mobile ramps. And so we could distribute 500 ramps to shops for free. And these shops, can offer these mobile ramps to the customers and also make a signal and show them, okay, you're welcome and here's a possibility. Because really, a lot of shops just have this 1 or 2 steps in front of the building, and often it's not a big problem to maneuver inside of a shop. And also I wanted to address something to Bernard. Ramps only doesn't have to be like continuously there if the pavement, for example, is not broad enough. But these are mobile ramps, and I hope that not a single city will permit the usage of mobile ramps. If so, we must really do something against it, but mobile ramps shouldn't be a problem at all, hopefully. So this is just an impression. And yeah, just to come to the end, one last thing, another project we do is Broken Lifts. Broken Lifts is something about elevators. So in Berlin we have got 2 main transport providers, and any of these providers offers information about their own lifts and if they actually work or not. But the thing is, they didn't show the status of the elevators of the competing company. So if you wanted to see how do I come from A to B, you didn't have all the information you actually need to know if you can really reach destination, because you might really need this elevator. So what we did is we did a cooperation and got these information of both these transport providers, merged them, gave it back to both of them, so they now then had also the information of the competing company, and we built this very simple site. So this is just a landing page of any station with a lift which is not operating right now. So the red thingies there indicate there's a lift which doesn't work. And this is also something we want to roll out to offer to other cities. So if there's a use case in your city, just talk to me and maybe we can find a solution. Yeah. So that's it. Paulina, there was a handout I brought. Maybe we can distribute the handout so you got some information. There's my business card, and also in framework of this CAP for Access program from the European Commission, I prepared some of these campaigning papers. So measurements everyone could actually duplicate or do within his or her city.
Thank you very much. I think you totally deserve the name. You are a real social hero, you and your team. Congratulations. So we've seen how a big strategy, because Berlin has a very comprehensive strategy on accessibility. They even won the Access City Award in 2013. But within this strategy, there are very impressive and important projects on the ground that really make a difference. So how a simple solution, in this case smart solution, can really change life for people. So thank you for showing us this. One question I would have in all this, because it looks so successful, what is the hurdle, the barrier you have found in implementing this project? Is there one that you have found, or everything went just...
Well, I mean, in the first year, WIMAP is 5 years old now, but in the first years there were a lot of concerns from officials, from cities, who say, okay, who guarantees, for example, if this information is right, because everyone can actually mark places. And we needed to argue a lot and said, it's like Wikipedia. I mean, it's okay. Everyone can change it. If you find errors, you can also, adapt it and correct it. And we also try to make multiple ratings possible, so you can see 8 of 10 people rated this place as accessible. Okay. And what we also did is to import or to integrate qualified data cities often already have into WIMAP. So we ask them to open their data, their information, and we can link our places to this database, which might have much more information about the width of a door or whatever. So all this very necessary information about accessibility, because WIMAP just has got these 3 statuses. We know it's not the perfect solution in terms of accessibility standards, but this is the solution what works with the crowd in order to enable them. And what we also do is to have these mapping activities also with pupils, for example, and they raise awareness because they see obstacles and they rate places. So this is also a very cool tool for everyone. Yeah.
Wow, thank you very much for this. It's very, very important because it makes it also replicable. Mm-hmm. You have translated it into 22 languages, so it's amazing how this can be used by so many people. Okay, thank you. So let's move a bit more south to Ljubljana. And this city took a very brave decision through also the mayor to make the center as vehicle-free as possible in the last years, which most of us in this room know, especially Lisbon, is much harder in old centers than in areas of the cities that are originally designed for cars. So it's a very specific situation. So the road to becoming an accessible city. To tell us more about that, we have the president of a special advisory body set up by the mayor of Ljubljana, so the Council for the Elimination of Architectural and Communication Barriers, Sasorink. So over to you for 10 minutes.
First,
we have a video. This time we have a video.
Ljubljana is the capital of Slovenia and its cultural, educational, economical, political, and administrative center. As a green, clean, friendly, and safe city, Ljubljana strives to be a welcoming city for its citizens and visitors. In the last decade, we've successfully changed the heartbeat of the city. We've totally renovated the city center and created an eco-zone closed for motor vehicles. We've improved public transport and increased all other forms of accessibility in the city. In 2007, we closed the city center to all motorized traffic and arranged free and eco-friendly transport using the Cavalier electric vehicles. The eco-zone has been enlarged every year. It currently covers 98,000 square meters. Since 2012, the tactile ground system plan for visually impaired people in the city center has been produced and is gradually being implemented. A wide circular tactile path will connect Chopova Street, the Breg Riverbank, and Cankarevo Nabrežje in the city center. The city center features unrestricted access to the streets. Accessibility in the non-pedestrian areas is assured by the dropped curbs and ramps. Butcher's Bridge, which was constructed in 2010 with its jetty, lift, and accessible toilets that can be opened with a Euro key, features wheelchair access to the boats. Many other bridges over the river Ljubljanica were also constructed or renovated. The city of Ljubljana's renovation of the banks and bridges of the Ljubljanica project won the European Prize for Public Urban Space in 2012. The city's most visited tourist site is the famous Ljubljana Castle, which stands on a hill overlooking the old city center. The castle can be reached via the funicular railway that is operated since 2006 or by using the tourist train with a ramp for wheelchair access. The castle is part of the city's rich historical legacy and is therefore important for residents and visitors alike. In the castle courtyard, there's a tactile model of the castle with descriptions in Braille. Equal access and quality of life in the city is also achieved by providing accessible education and employment options for people with disabilities. Druga Violina, second violin, is a restaurant that provides employment for people with intellectual impairments. The city bus transport comprises over 200 modern buses. Many bus stops in the city center are equipped with signs in Braille and arrival information displays. A demand-responsive transport service for people with disabilities has been available since 2012. Most of the buses are low-floor buses. Many of them have audio and video stop announcements and removable ramps, assuring wheelchair and baby carriage access. Some public buildings, like the Stojica Sports Center and the City Hall, are accessible with the help of a system for the hearing impaired. Audio induction loops at some of Ljubljana Pharmacy's duty chemists enables easy access to the pharmacy services. Developing and implementing quality and accessible public services is one of the city's main focuses. Many of the programs and services are intended especially for the elderly. The city provides, free of charge, IT training for older residents, empowering them to start using new technologies and communications. Sports and recreational facilities, both indoor and outdoor, are also accessible for all residents. By constantly implementing user-friendly solutions and efficient services, we are assuring a friendly environment and high living standards. We believe in the importance of dialogue and therefore seek mutual solutions, including people with disabilities and the elderly, in policymaking. By recognizing the needs and wishes of our residents, we are constantly increasing and upgrading the quality of life in the city, and we are committed to continuing to do so in the future.
according to this film, I hope you get a glance of Ljubljana. I hope you at least a little fell in love. I'm in love in Ljubljana very much. And I'm sure if you come to Ljubljana, you will get to know it as a very friendly, green city, and you will be glad to come back. Ljubljana is, I call it SME amongst the capitals. It has approximately 285,000 inhabitants. Next year, we will be green capital of the Europe. And we won also a third prize on Access City Award in 2015. I won't be speaking about the concrete measures and good practices we have implemented in Ljubljana. You have seen some in the video. Instead of that, I will tell about I think, the most important thing that led us to the results
in the city center.
You have seen. And that is the process and the structure of the workflow regarding the accessibility and ensuring equal access to built environment and to services. The first, and not necessarily the most important, but certainly is the most powerful precondition, is the determination of the highest political level, that is the mayor or the vice mayors, as that is the fact in Paris and Lisbon. We are very lucky that we have the most empathic, down-to-earth, hardworking, connected with people mayor. He understands the needs of little people, and he's always saying that the city friendly to elderly and friendly to the people with disabilities is city friendly to all. And he's not only saying that, he's living that. Before he became a mayor in 2006, he was the chairman of the board, the director of the biggest retail company in Slovenia, Mercator, and he knows how to do business, and he knows how to provide solutions. So the mayor is a perfect guy, and without him, I'm sure we wouldn't do so much as we did. The second thing, and basically the most important thing, is the awareness and the involvement of city administration into the accessibility and equal rights solutions. As said before, the mayor established an advisory body to him. He won his first mandate at the end of 2006, and in 2007, at the beginning, he established the Council for Removing Architectural and Communication Barriers. The Council is membered by 3 representatives of people with disabilities, movement impaired, hearing and visually impaired, representatives of charity, representatives of academic sphere, faculty of architecture and faculty of social science, and the most important, representatives of the city administration, spatial planning, transport, investment, social care, city police, and the city inspections. The council is reviewing all the documents which come to the city council and which are attached to the disability or the equal rights. What was the case in Ljubljana? In 2007, let's say, the council met 3 or 4 times, and that's so every year. At first, people with disabilities and maybe on the imperative of the mayor were complaining and were giving initiatives about how to change that and how to change that, and they were suggesting the solutions. Upon the fact that city administration is involved in the council, and there are the problems became their problems slowly. And now is the case that city administration is giving solutions, suggesting things, and I think that is the most important thing in the whole picture. The working body within municipality and who is membered by the city administration has to be permanent and has to meet on, let's say, yearly basis, once, twice, 3 times a year, and that is basically, I call them heat-seeking missiles, the administration, because they know where to go, they will for sure hit the target, and the wheel is keeping growing regardless of the needs, maybe, of the people with disabilities. Before, it wasn't like that. And one thing to stress about the city administration and their capacity. The biggest cities and the capitals possessed great knowledge, great capacities, human and scientifically, and they should play a major role in giving good practices, being role models in society, and particularly in implementing and giving suggestions to the legislation. The state level and the local level are 2 different levels of governance. Nevertheless, upon the fact that the knowledge from the administrations the city possess is so great, and the important thing is it's not detached from the real life, it should be heard, as well as on the Eurocities level, according to the Commission. Yes. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you very much, Sathor. Really, we're coming back again to the importance of having a horizontal need for coordination, and you have this through the Council, with a strong motivation by the mayor, but also the importance, again, of multi-level governance up to the European, and in the case of before we heard international. So all the things are joining up in all these presentations. So thank you very much. So we've seen how important is the drive and motivation, constant motivation of one person, the mayor. This is not exportable. How can we replicate this into our cities? You know, it's a fake question, but you know, I'd like your comment on that. It's unique in a way.
You cannot clone our mayor, yes. But you can show other cities that with the commitment and with the passion of one person, result can come.
Yes. That's very true. I know him personally, and I've seen him operate, and I can confirm that. Anyway, through Eurocities, this is something that we are trying to do and to promote. Okay, thank you. So now, again, back to north, with the city of Oslo. Cities can, just an introduction. The cities can be strange and frightening places for the elderly people, as you're going to talk about. Cities, street corners that have been, you know, that people remember from when they were young. Suddenly they go out and they're not anymore the same. And navigating around the cities can be a real nightmare in some cases. Also, if you think that already going, when you are 80s, 90s, the business of going around a city is in itself a difficult thing. So let's see today, this afternoon, how Oslo has been dealing with this issue in a very special way as well, by drawing some experience also in the framework of an international city network through the World Health organization. So you can tell us more about this. We have a tandem here of nice women. Wenche Hansen from a city district of Oslo, and Ann-Berit Raffus from the perspective of the city. So is Ann going to start?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Norway has a population of about 5 million, and Oslo's population is 600,000. 12% of that population is 65 and above, and it's expected to double by 2035, just to give you an idea of size and numbers. In 2013, we started developing a new strategy for elderly care for the future to enable us to meet the challenge of a growing elderly population with increased demands and expectations of services. Our strategy aims to enable older residents to lead independent, active, and safe lives while staying healthy and living at home for as long as possible. In the process of developing this strategy, we became a member of the WHO network of age-friendly cities, which is an important mechanism for ensuring international input and to share experiences and information. We've really used the areas and the indicators developed by this network in our strategy. This program, the Age-Friendly Cities program, is an international response to two global demographic trends: the rapid aging of populations and the increased urbanization. And the program actively involves the elderly population in terms of examining environmental, social, economic factors that influence the health and well-being of older adults. They've identified 8 areas: outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation, housing, social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, communication and information, and community service and health services. We have completed a mapping exercise of recently completed, ongoing, or planned age-friendly initiatives from all the relevant City Council departments, trying to go beyond the implementation of universal design. We have, at national and municipal level, a goal to be universally designed by 2025. Slightly ambitious, but we'll try. And this goes in terms of public spaces, buildings, new and refurbished housing, or public services, including communication and information. So not only the physical and built environment. We have, and will continue to have, older people involved in our work, because we need them to show us how we can become age-friendly. Overall, I'd have to say that all the feedback is around accessibility, topic of the day. They want access to the political processes, they want access to services, both information about services and the actual services, transport, cultural, social, and physical activities, and public and outdoor areas. And as well as raising awareness about this and making sure that age-friendliness is part of our strategy, we have a pilot district which will develop a model and be a test bed for age-friendly initiatives that we plan on making citywide. And that's why we have a tandem, because I brought a person from that district with me, and she's going to tell you a bit more about what they're doing.
Yes. First, a few words about us in Nordre Aker district. The district is located in the north of Oslo and is one of the largest in the city. And we have 15 districts. Nordre Aker is the largest both in terms of geography and population. We are characterized by green areas, borders to the city forest Nordmarka and the river Akerselva, which provides rich opportunities for outdoor recreation and activities. We are a rapidly growing district with approximately 50,000 inhabitants. A consequence is fast-growing residential areas and densification. The proportion of elderly is above average in the city. And commercial growth and development are also taking place in a large scale. And the district has several large institutions that employs many people, such as National University Hospital and the University of Oslo. Nordre Aker differs from a lot of other districts by being above average when it comes to income, education, life expectancy, and public health. And now to our project, an age-friendly district. The main purposes are to establish age-friendly measures and implement a system of continuous improvement being age-friendly, meaning that we have to ensure that the results of our work continues to grow and expand. Measures developed in Nordre Aker district will be part of the future Oslo model for an age-friendly city. Other districts have other focus areas that also will be part of the future Oslo model. This project targets elderly people over the age of 65 and will take place from now until June 2017. An age-friendly city is an accessible city, and focus areas in this project will be accessibility in the environments and neighborhoods. We want to promote outdoor activity, inclusion in society, and social participation. When we are focusing on private housing, we want to enable the individual to live at home as long as possible through various facilitations. Regarding housing and activities, we want to focus on different kinds of sheltered or shared housing that can be offered through the municipality or private developers. Yes. We want to ensure accessibility in the project for the users. By representation, the users are represented in the project organization. By information through internet, websites, circulars, folders, and so on. Through user meetings, surveys that can give us valuable information, interviews and dialogue, and this is important in order to reach the most vulnerable groups, for example, people suffering from dementia. And working groups among elderly on various themes, and to discuss different issues and challenges. The various methods that will be used throughout this project to ensure user participation are going to be clearly reflected in the results and constitute an important part of the Oslo model for an age-friendly city. In our dialogue with the elderly population this far, these are the areas they have focused on. Satisfactory public transport, where the bus stops are, bus schedules, and so on. Important when you want to use services in different parts of the district as much as possible. Activities such as swimming, training, assistance for outdoor activities, and they also mentioned meeting places to prevent social isolation. Inclusion and influence. They wanted to take part in the processes and activities in the district concerning them, and they wanted to take part in this project and to be kept regularly informed. Healthcare services based on the needs of the individual, safe and adequate when you need it. And housing, various kinds of sheltered housing, preferably smaller houses in normal neighborhoods. And this is the first impression of what is important. We will continue our dialogue with the elderly population throughout the project. And we believe that an age-friendly city is beneficial for the elderly population, but also for society at large.
Thank you for being so short and complete at the same time. Thank you. Because I know you are dying from asking questions to all our panelists, and I think we should have this opportunity, I would suggest that we delay of 10-15 minutes our coffee break and parallel session so that we can continue with the last panelist, if you agree, and then open the floor to you. So, we have now Lisbon. We've heard João and his vision on an inclusive city and the accessibility agenda of Lisbon. Now we're going down to the more details of a pedestrian accessibility plan. We have Pedro Homem de Gouveia, right? Our great host. I have to say, he's been treating us like kings and queens. But you too. He's been taking care of us. So please, Pedro, you are an architect within the city. You can present yourself, I'm sure. You'll do it much better than me.
So, and the work I'm going to present is the work of a very dedicated and multidisciplinary team that was made possible because of a clear and very brave commitment of 2 mayors and a deputy mayor. So, sorry, is this working? So, for many years, everybody said, why make an accessibility plan? There's no way you can make Lisbon accessible. Lisbon has 7 hills, a huge historic district, so that's never going to happen. Until we looked at the slope of the streets with GIS technology, we were able to find out that only in 25% of Lisbon streets, the inclination is too steep. That means on the rest of the 75% of the city streets, the problem was not the big barrier, were not the hills. It were the cars and decades of pro-car decisions. In the consolidated urban area, more space for the car to roll and for the car to park always meant less space for the pedestrian, and a huge amount of accessibility problems. Sidewalks became not a transport infrastructure in their own right, which is what they are, but became the place where you put all the obstacles and objects. Bus stops, traffic signs, even parked vans, etc., etc. Many accessibility problems also come from the way traffic signs are timed, because the cars need to flow, and so priority for time for cars takes precedence over time for pedestrians. So this is all to say that all these timing and space management issues, this means clearly that accessibility is first and foremost a political issue. It's political because it has to do with human and citizenship rights, and it's political because it has to do with priorities in, for example, how you manage the city space, how you give space to some and take it from others. So one of the first results of this analysis is that when we talk about accessibility in public space, we also always talk about pedestrian accessibility, because like everybody else said, things that pedestrians with disabilities need are good for everybody else. And we also found out that many of the problems related to traffic accidents involving pedestrians, that pedestrians with reduced mobility were at a very serious disadvantage. Another major factor influencing the pedestrian accessibility plan was accessible tourism. More and more tourists visiting the city are elderly. They account for around 1/3 of all international cruise passenger ships presently in Lisbon. So accessibility is not only about spending money dealing with problems, it's also about investing. And right now, Lisbon is a fashionable tourist destination, and we are very aware that to remain in a fashionable tourist destination, we have to invest in accessible tourism. So the pedestrian accessibility plan, instead of being a huge project that would cost millions and millions of euros that everybody knew were not there to spend, we instead opted for a strategic plan to have a clear strategy so that we could develop along the coming years a sustained and coordinated effort in 5 operational areas: public space, municipal buildings from the castle to the library to the public market, public transportation, although public transport companies are not under the city's control. There are a lot of decisions the city makes that can influence very much the accessibility of the public transport network. Building permits and oversight, which is when we talk about accessibility, we often talk about the city's role in investing, and we often forget the very important role that cities have everywhere in Europe in issuing building permits and oversight of construction. And also cross-cutting challenges like access to vote and accessible tourism. This strategy is oriented toward 3 very clear goals. The first one is to stop creating new barriers. That doesn't mean investing, that just means changing the way we work. It doesn't cost extra money. The other is to adapt existing infrastructure, and we are very aware that it has to be a very progressive system. Nobody knows how much it will cost to adapt Lisbon. It doesn't make sense to add up and see right now how much it would cost, because we don't have the money anyway. So it's like our popular saying says, do as much as you can. And then mobilize the community, because we all in cities know that it's not just the city administration that makes up the city. It's the communities, it's the residents association, it's many other private and public entities. So the plan sets clear guidelines and priorities for the city administration. And when we talk about the city, is not just the accessibility team, is the many city departments that every day make decisions that can make accessibility better or worse. Of course, other public entities participate. Local districts called juntas de freguesia, because of our have gained for the past couple of years the task of maintaining sidewalks, and many other, like I said, public and private entities. So the plan sets guidelines for the city administration, but these guidelines are accessible and clear and followable by many other entities. When we started doing the plan, we asked people, the whole planning process was very participated. And it's interesting that in the first meeting we had in 2009, we had a very mixed group, people from city services, disability organizations, public entities, etc. And we asked, what are the 4 major problems or the 4 major barriers to accessibility in Lisbon? And money didn't come up as one of the obstacles. The thing where we treat pedestrians as secondary, no political commitment, the city doesn't set an example, inefficient management and oversight. Here we see that it's an organizational problem, first of all, and that political commitment can have a huge impact. We also consulted with the elderly population. That's how we knew that for many, sidewalks with cobblestones are a big problem for accessibility and safety. And we kept on along the time, and right now doing all sorts of conferences. There's the Municipal Council for the Inclusion of Persons with Disability created a task force for oversight of this plan. We did focus groups. We are doing focus groups with blind people. We are doing testing of tactile paving. And every design and project and tool we develop, we always try to get input from the community in a multifaceted way. There's no way we can do the same participation process every time. We have to adapt the participatory processes to what we want to get. This is Diana, João Marques, Telma, and Ana discussing a project that will hopefully hit the ground beginning next month. These are, here we are discussing, we are having volunteers come and teach us about accessibility to public transport, Diogo Martins, then talking about the Accessible Tourism Guide, talking with the Deaf Association, etc., etc., etc. And so we try to make it as participatory as possible. And I'm glad to say that our mayor and our deputy mayor for social rights, and here on the middle is our deputy mayor for public works, they are really helping us out. They made this a top political priority. So, Sasha, maybe, I don't know if we should clone, or I'm not sure we can breathe, but, but definitely, bad joke, but definitely political commitment is very important, and Eurocities is definitely a very good forum for mayors and political elected officials to infect each other. 2 more minutes. So one of our present investments is in developing tools, GIS tools on the right for pedestrian accidents involving pedestrians, on the right for a pedestrian potential map. Having all sorts of diagnostics, and GIS technology helps us out a lot. Not only our team, but especially other city departments, and it can be used as a tool for managing public space. Also, we are developing tools for various city departments to learn how to adapt crosswalks and how to take the opportunity to not only make it accessible, but to make our crosswalks safer. We are always learning from the construction we do, testing, improving. We know how much it costs. We know politicians have the right to know how much it costs. And they have the right to discuss costs and priorities. It's their role. We're developing tools for adapting bus stops and for adapting, for example, reserved parking spots. And any intervention we do is always used as a learning opportunity. Here, the community has been very helpful testing what we do. Here is Manuela, who is somewhere in the audience. She's very shy. So she's probably dying from me, saying this, but we always test and improve. Finally, as a last note, we found it very important to have an ongoing political compromise, meaning the strategic plan is up there in the red, and every year we take actions from this plan and they're put into annual action proposals. They are discussed and voted in a public city council session. And also every year, what we do gets voted and discussed in a public council session, everything out in the open, which obviously gives those in executive functions the opportunity to show off their work, but it also gives the opposition an opportunity to get interested, become interested, get involved, have things to say. The worst that can happen to any accessibility plan is that sterile consensus where everybody's in agreement, but then nobody really steps ahead. So in a nutshell, 5 points. We have a strategy, not a mega project, a multifaceted participation process. We opted for decentralizing responsibility instead of having a department for accessibility. Every city department is in charge of accessibility, a mechanism for political compromise, and tools for those who want to do stuff to be able to do it properly. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pedro. It's been very interesting. So just to wrap up before we open to the audience, I think we have heard a lot of very spot on, in a way, ingredients for an accessibility agenda at the international, national, European, local, even district level. We have looked at the importance of mainstreaming policies, of having an integration of policies, no silos in the administration at all levels. We have looked at the political leadership, even individually speaking, infecting or replicating mayors. We have looked at cultural change and the importance of empower citizens with education. We have looked at specific solutions for the elderly and smart, simple solutions and tools, as it's been said. Stop creating new barriers. That's let's say, the final word that we can say. So, now the turn is yours. The floor is yours. Do we have a mic that can be... Is there any question, comment that you want to put to our panelists? Please present yourself, your name and the organization you represent for the benefit of our panelists.
Merci. Bonjour, je suis Thierry James. Je représente la Fédération des aveugles de France et je m'occupe de l'accessibilité sur l'ensemble du territoire national français. Je suis heureux qu'enfin nous sommes enfin décidés à parler des autres handicaps. Oui, parce que la première partie était exclusivement réservée aux personnes en fauteuil. La seconde partie, vous vous êtes ouvert vers le handicap visuel, le handicap auditif et les personnes âgées. Tant mieux, parce que j'ai cru qu'on n'en parlerait jamais dans notre colloque aujourd'hui. Alors, mon intervention va être courte, mais autour du déplacement des personnes déficientes visuelles. Vous le savez, nous avons besoin de repérage auditif, mais nous avons surtout besoin de repérage tactile. Sur les quais de transport, sur les traversées piétonnes, mais malheureusement, de façon systématique, ici ou ailleurs, on oublie de prévoir des cheminements de déplacement tactile sur les places publiques. Ces espaces deviennent des zones de non-droit pour les personnes aveugles et malvoyantes en Europe. Pourquoi? Est-ce un problème de connaissance politique, technique, ou est-ce tout simplement la méconnaissance des personnes déficientes visuelles de leur technique de déplacement? C'est une question.
Thank you very much. I'm turning to the panelist on the right. Is any one of you who wants to respond? Pedro, please.
C'est une question très intéressante et mon français s'arrête là, pardonnez-moi. It is very interesting. Lisbon did not have technical specifications for tactile paving that were clear enough. So architects, when they were designing crosswalks, they didn't know exactly what to do. They knew there had to be some type of contrasting texture, but there are 1,001 ways, or even more, to do contrasting texture. Then they didn't know how much this tactile paving should measure, what color it should be, should it be blister, should it be another solution. So it really was important for us to come up with a technical specification for tactile paving in crosswalks and in other places, in bus stops too. We have found that often the problem is not a political problem. It isn't even an issue of negligence. It's just that many designers don't know what to do. And as we developed our pedestrian crosswalk model with tactile paving specifications, the take-up from different city departments was amazing. And our team is usually going around in the street and finding out a new crosswalk that was adapted, not by us, but we would have done it that way because they are following the model, the specifications we defined. So for many, and I've also been training lots of architects and landscape architects, and I find that in accessibility issues, often people just want to know how. They're not against it. Many architects and landscape designers who have been growing up and entering the profession in the past 20 years, they're very open to accessibility. Not all, but many are. But they need to know how, and often guidance is very, very important.
I would like to add something. Also in Germany, just in a few districts of the 16 districts in Germany, it's mandatory within the architectural studies to have the topic accessibility. So most of the students also who learn about all the design stuff, they haven't heard anything or haven't got any experience about accessibility, and this is also a big issue and a problem. And as long as we don't make it mandatory by law to have any new building, or maybe even existing ones, accessible, we won't really make the change. We shouldn't put it in the hands of the architects if they like this stuff, you know, they should just do it. And on the other hand, we also need more people who actually approve the buildings. So once they are done, they approve, okay, this building is accessible, or the ways and everything is in order. But I like the idea that architects and designers have got a lot of possibilities in terms of solutions. So I think this should remain, so that they also can be creative how to, you know, realize like a ramp or whatever. So the goal is there with the standards, but it should be mandatory. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Come on, otherwise no coffee. On the right.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Fernando Alonso. I come from Barcelona, from Acceplan, which is a group who started in the university more than 15 years ago about accessibility studies. It was the first group in the Spanish university specialized in accessibility issues. And now we have formed a small company to try to spread accessibility from the private sector side, which is something which is very difficult. And after these years working on these issues with the public sector, we are trying to open new doors and make it profitable in the sense that it will bring positive aspects to the private sector as well. And so my thoughts about what I hear today is that we have a lot of good experience, a lot of good practice. We have been working a lot since several years, at least in Spain, and we have put all or most of the emphasis on human rights, which is okay. I have no doubt that we have to continue with this. But I think we need more emphasis on the tools. And it was very interesting for me, the presentation by Pedro about this pedestrian plan in Lisbon, because I think it's mainstreaming accessibility and bringing it to the different parts of society, and so making it possible that for the aging population, as well as the disabled people, as well as the fathers, mothers with prams, etc., they all get involved. We have been working in Peru last year and for a transport mode, trying to make it more transversal in the sense that making it easier for the people, for all type of people to reach this transport mode, this BRT, this rapid bus transit. And we found that the main users that were needing accessibility were mothers with little babies. So we have to start trying to go beyond with our message. I would expect from Eurocities to go farther in the sense that we need to open new ways, and I would include this mainstreaming, the training, which is incredible that we still don't have good training programs in most of the countries for the technicians, for the architects, etc. This is a lack that is very, very important. And also, I would say also the contradictions between different accessibilities for different groups, like blind people and people in wheelchairs, because we found in many occasions that there is conflict. And also, for example, about pedestrian paths, it's maintenance and discipline, because we put a lot of of paths for the aveugle, for the blind people. But we found after a year or months later that the terraces of the bars, or even the council has put something on top of it, so it's useless. And this is happening. So I think we have to go a step forward, I would say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. This was more of a presentation, like a panelist. So thank you very much. I guess you don't have a question. Are there other questions? From the left side, for instance, they were all on the right, the active people? No? Yes. Karine from Berlin.
I refer to the presentations we had before from Mark and from Sophia. We had not possibility to ask them. Mark was telling us we are working in we have a global framework, we have a European strategy, a national policy, and we meet at the local level reality, and we have the responsibility. This is his position. Sophia told us concerning the European Accessibility Act, the Commission is finalizing a proposal for a business-friendly initiative that aims at improving the functioning of the internal market of goods and services. My question to Sophia, is this enough for covering all the responsibility which the cities take over to have such a small field of European Accessibility Act?
Is Mark still here? Oh yeah. And Sophia, for the Accessibility Act. Do you want to comment, respond? There.
Hello. So on the Accessibility Act, no, it will not solve all the problems. We don't have one solution fits all, unfortunately. So we will. So from the European Commission, the aim is to address the goods and services that were faced barriers in the internal market, because that's really where the European added value can be shown. But of course, there's a lot of other products and services in the market that will still need further accessibility and other development. So this is a contribution, but it will not be one solution. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Any other question, comment? Okay. So I can only say, unless somebody from the panel wants to say a last thing, I would say I think we are ready for coffee.
Thank you.
I would thank everyone, the audience, the panelists, the organizers again. It's been a very inspiring afternoon, at least for me and for our network, because I will keep the infection thing in my mind, and with Eurocities we will continue, as I said, not to consider this as a cherry on the cake, but a real priority. So thank you again. And I will now give the floor to Pedro for some logistic announcements on the parallel sessions that will follow the coffee break.
Okay, so we will have a 15-minute coffee break. The workshops will start at 4:30. The coffee break is just outside. There will be 3 workshops. Workshop number 1, which is about how to work together on accessibility between cities, regions, national governments, and the EU, will take place in this room. Workshop number 2, which is called What do we need to do to implement the UNCRPD Convention, will take place across the hall. And workshop number 3, Accessibility, is it just a matter of money, will take place across the street, out from this building, in the Money Museum. So participants in workshop number 3 will have to go down, exit through the main door, and our colleagues will be there directing you to the Money Museum. Okay? That's number 1. Number 2, there will be an official reception generously offered by Eurocities the European Union at 7 p.m. It will take place in this building on the lower floor. Deputy Mayor João Afonso for Social Rights and Deputy Mayor Carlos Castro for International Relations will host to this reception. We will talk shortly before the workshops begin with the rapporteurs, because there's a favor we have to ask. Okay, so 15-minute coffee break just outside. Oh, and if you don't know which workshop you're participating in, there's the list right outside on your left as you exit this door. Thank you. Okay? So let me see your leg. Is your leg hurting? Good.
Phone in my bag and just...
My husband is Irish, so as soon as I saw your name, I was like, I really can only be Irish. Yours, you cannot forget. Well, I introduced myself, but I didn't know her name.
Time now.
Before the conference is about to start, Paulina decided to...
as you want, or you can go to the Money Museum, whatever you prefer. Hello. Yes, I need Sophia to join me here. And I think because this is a small workshop and maybe we want to come closer. We don't bite, I promise. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us here. The purpose of this workshop is to have a look at how to better work together. As you have probably guessed, and this conference is basically trying to strengthen the role of cities in the whole accessibility and disability agenda. But it's very clear that also cities alone cannot act, and neither can national governments, regions, or the EU. We have to work together in a vertical way. And the question here that we wanted to ask is, how can we do that better? What do we need? How does the subsidiarity principle come into picture in terms of, for instance, EU legislation? Do we want to have more EU legislation or less EU legislation? These are always very big questions that are especially asked in Brussels. The way we're going to proceed is that we're going to start with a couple of very short presentations, and then it's really the idea to have an interactive workshop and speak together. We have invited to provide an initial input just to inspire us, just to start the workshop, a couple of people. We have Jan Contesc, who is the Deputy Head of Cabinet of Deputy Mayor Bernard Jomier, whom you have seen earlier today. Then we have again Sofia Lorenzo representing the EU level. Then we have Laurent Sabi, who is from the national level, national French level. And I also wanted to say that we have another person representing both EU and national level, and this is Ms. Elina Selmina, who is from the EU presidency, Latvian EU presidency. And she will also be a panelist tomorrow. And then to my right is Anna Ludwinek from Eurofound. Eurofound is an European agency that is mainly a research agency. And she is actually the rapporteur of the workshop. And what it means is that the conclusions of this workshop will feed tomorrow into the panel debate with the politicians and officials. The last point and the sort of culminative point of this conference on the agenda. And maybe before we start, Anna has received some very specific requests from the rapporteur, so maybe you could tell us about that.
Well, just very briefly, tomorrow's session will be chaired by Barbara Berninger, the chair of the Eurocities Working Group, and I think she rightly reflected that, you know, we, I think, are quite lucky and privileged that we will have a very high-level political panel at the end, and she really encourages us all to be challenging and looking towards the panel, trying to ask some questions that we may think are relevant and policy relevant to make the session, you know, interesting and interactive. So I think when we hear the presentations and when we have the discussions, it would be great if you could help me to pass on some key questions that you would like to ask the panelists to comment on, just to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, and just to complement, the title of the panel tomorrow is Moving Forward What Europe Needs. So we want to see what do we do next. Okay, so we will start with Laurent. Yes?
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I prefer speaking French to respect the 5 minutes of presentation. So if you need your headphones, I'm waiting 1 minute. Ok. Comme le présentait Bernard Jaumier auparavant, la ville de Paris est une ville très interactive, très attractive, avec 2 millions d'habitants intramuros, mais une dizaine de millions d'habitants dans un contexte régional et plusieurs millions de personnes qui la visitent pour différents aspects, qu'ils soient économiques, universitaires ou de questions de tourisme. Par ailleurs, la ville de Paris répond déjà à cette obligation de réfléchir sur différents territoires et échelles administratives, puisque Paris est à la fois une commune et un département, et dans un bassin de population qui, lui, est la région, et accueille énormément de services et de représentations nationales. Donc la ville en tant que telle, sur le plan, par exemple, des études, gère à la fois l'école maternelle, les tout-petits, l'école primaire élémentaire et les collèges, ce qui est une spécificité unique en France. Donc la ville intègre déjà cette dimension de travailler à plusieurs échelles avec différents interlocuteurs. Par ailleurs, elle doit s'intéresser à différentes thématiques dont elle n'a pas une responsabilité directe, comme l'université, l'emploi, le tourisme, mais a un rôle de mise en interaction, en interrelation avec les différents acteurs, qu'ils soient nationaux, associatifs ou du secteur privé. Paris, comme les autres communes et entités administratives en France, a une réglementation, une loi qui date de 2005, mais je pense que M. Sabi nous en dira davantage. Paris espère appliquer cette loi et rendre Paris accessible au plus grand nombre. C'est un défi très compliqué, puisque Paris est une ville très dense et qui demande énormément d'investissements, à la fois financiers bien sûr, mais humains et technologiques. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui on a la chance d'avoir une nouvelle mandature, une maire de Paris qui souhaite lancer l'innovation et surtout faire de Paris à la fois un incubateur d'idées, mais s'inspirer de ce qui se passe ailleurs. Ça, c'est très important. Ce n'est pas une spécificité française de regarder ce qui se passe ailleurs et de s'en inspirer, mais aujourd'hui, c'est une volonté politique et c'est ce qui aussi a animé la présence de la ville de Paris aujourd'hui dans cette conférence. Et on remercie Eurocities de l'avoir organisée, de nous avoir invités. Et j'ai été assez heureux qu'on parle de déplacement, de mobilité des personnes en situation de handicap, parce qu'en France, on a tendance, et à Paris en particulier, à axer tous les regards sur l'accessibilité du cadre bâti. L'accessibilité à un équipement pour les personnes en fauteuil roulant, bien sûr, pour les personnes malvoyantes qui se dirigent à la canne ou avec un chien guide, pour les personnes malentendantes ou sourdes, pour les personnes en situation de handicap mental ou psychique. Mais on parle rarement de la mobilité. Comment aller d'un point A, chez soi par exemple, à un point B, dans un théâtre, à la mairie de son arrondissement à Paris, dans une école. Et donc du coup, l'outil développé à Berlin par Jonas Dester fait écho à ce qu'on souhaite, sur un projet sur lequel on souhaite travailler à Paris avec différents acteurs, une association qui s'appelle j'accède.com, la ville, la RATP, et développer un outil interactif en open data pour pouvoir se renseigner en temps réel sur l'état de la voirie, soit qu'on soit à pied, en fauteuil ou utiliser les transports en commun, parce que sans la possibilité de se déplacer, il est vain de vouloir rendre accessibles les différents services et équipements de la ville de Paris. Donc l'application, enfin le lien entre la stratégie de la ville et les conventions UN, au-delà de la philosophie, il faut qu'elles prennent racine et qu'elles trouvent une réalité dans des réalisations physiques. Et je pense que cette question-là des déplacements, et il y en a beaucoup d'autres, est un bel exemple et qui pourra permettre peut-être des échanges, parce que vous avez peut-être, vous, développé des partenariats, des idées, des nouveaux concepts entre villes européennes ou même sur un même territoire national. Et voilà, moi je suis heureux de participer à ce workshop et à travailler ensemble, à réfléchir à comment rendre nos villes accessibles en échangeant autour des bonnes pratiques des uns et des autres et des mauvaises pratiques aussi qui sont souvent un exemple de ce qu'il ne faut pas faire et pour lesquelles il faut trouver des solutions rapidement. Merci.
Okay, thank you so much for this initial presentation. So lots of ideas in Paris, lots of ambition, and we also found out today that you have the secret ingredient, the committed politician. But how about your relationships, the relationship of the city with the regional, national and EU levels? Do you get support? Do you need support? How would you like to see from the city perspective the other levels of governance working with you?
Concrètement, la ville de Paris, je l'expliquais tout à l'heure, a une multitude de directions pour les transports, pour la voirie, pour l'accès à la culture, pour l'école. Dans chaque direction, il y a souvent un référent qui travaille sur l'accessibilité. On a essayé de créer un groupe qui permet à toutes ces directions de travailler ensemble. Elles ont défini ce qui était pour eux leur niveau d'accessibilité. Mais on n'a pas un service qui a une vision globale. Et nous, ce qu'on attend de ces partenariats, c'est pouvoir stimuler les services, l'administration parisienne pour créer peut-être ou réfléchir à créer une cellule qui pense à tous les leviers de l'accessibilité et qui pourrait s'impliquer davantage dans des réseaux comme Eurocities ou dans des échanges bilatéraux avec d'autres villes, d'autres régions. Et je pense que c'est voilà, c'est ce qui anime notre présence aujourd'hui, c'est de créer ces liens et de pouvoir s'inspirer de ce qui se fait ailleurs.
Thank you. So we will now move to a representative of the national level, that is Laurent Sabi, who will tell us a little bit about the national, also French, so we have a very good match here. Yeah, the presentation. And the clicker is here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Paulina. So Paulina asked me to make a short input of 5 minutes tops, so I will try to stick to this. So what's the plan? In 5 minutes, tell you who I am and from which perspective do I speak. Give you a very quick overview of the French context. Tell you about what we already do in the field of working together with both the upper level, the European level, and the cities level. And also, I will finish by some ideas and questions about what could be done in the future. It's just the beginning. So I had 5 minutes, it's 4 minutes left. Oh. Okay. Well. No, that's okay, that's okay. Yeah, nothing too good. Yeah. So in the program it is said that I'm from the French delegation for accessibility. It's not correct, but I'm here a little bit on behalf of the delegation. The delegation and the delegate is in charge of accessibility issues, has a political role in France, and is part of the ministry in charge of mobility, transportation, buildings, roads, streets, etc. CEREMA which I belong to, is the French Resource Center for Scientific and Technical Expertise in the same fields of mobility, transportation, sustainable cities and buildings. It has much more a technical role, and it's carried by a board with the national and local authorities, meaning that the ministry mentioned before is part of the board, but also representatives from the French cities. But we're both partners of the French cities. We work together, and we both play a role at the national level. So that's why I'm here. The French context, in 1 minute, we have already said in this afternoon that we have a law in France that's enforcing equal rights and opportunities, participation and citizenship of people with disabilities. It's the law of February 2005. Two important facts about this law. It has quite, well, not the law, but the regulation below, has quite a normative approach when compared to other European countries. That's what we found out when we published the study that you can see on the right of my slide. And it is currently being reshaped, given that the aim of a fully accessible France was not achieved in 2015. So quite a normative approach. We will need a top-down approach with cities to explain, and currently being reshaped means that we need some bottom-up information from the cities too. And that's my next slide. What we already do is a mix between these two approaches. Top-down information, for instance, our law and the regulation says that we have to take into account every type of disabilities, including cognitive impairment and public and mental health problems. But when we spoke with accessibility technicians, nobody knew how to do this on the accessibility point of view. So we made a study and we published a fact sheet about how to take into account these particular impairments in the field of accessibility issues. That's the top-down information approach. Bottom-up best practices promotion. I have a few examples. For instance, Grenoble had a very innovative experiment called InnovAccess, which is quite in the field of the conference today, because it was the idea that by providing more and more accessibility on the roads, in the buildings, and in the transports, you could maybe raise the employment rate on a specific territory for the people with disabilities. And we had a partnership with Grenoble on this occasion. In 2013 and 2014, we had a national consultation that included the cities, the French cities, about the reshaping, what I call the reshaping of the law. We currently animate a French cities working group about accessibility to exchange about their best practices. And we, CEREMA and DMA, are part of the French jury of the European Access City Award that was already you were already told about before. As a conclusion, what could be done? A few ideas about what I've just said. We have this French working group with French cities, and Eurocities have a working group with European cities. So, as I said in the morning to the Eurocities working group, I think we should articulate our works to widespread best practices in both senses, and also raise awareness about difficulties already encountered by this city here and there, but how to be efficient in making this. Maybe take better advantage of European, yes, convention strategies, but more specifically maybe studies, statistics, data. That's the kind of tools that we are not maybe enough aware of. We don't really know where to find them. and maybe how we could use it, but I think that could be very, very interesting. For instance, we had a big discussion day, national discussion day in early June in France about accessible tourism, and we were very interested by the presentation of Francesca Ragal, who made the study, I think, for the Commission about accessible tourism in Europe with a few figures and, And also maybe make sure that studies or research programs that seem relevant for the national and cities level are conducted. Because you have big research program like H2020 or things like that, and it's not always obvious that accessibility is a very let's say, trendy subject. So maybe we can do our best to make some lobbying to put this subject at the top of the agenda. And maybe the European Disability Strategy could be a possible tool in this perspective. Thank you for your attention.
Perfect, thank you so much. So we have already the first recommendation from the workshop. That's excellent. I have a question. You said you're on the jury of Access City Award and that you would be interested in funding from Horizon 2020, but how are you influenced in your work by any other existing instruments? European legislation, European soft policy such as disability strategy, the UNCRPD convention. Are any of these processes helpful for your work?
Actually, if I have to be frank, not really. and that's well, that's clear. But that's also why I was interested in getting involved in this conference and in this workshop, because I think that when I know that these documents and these processes exist, and when I read the documents related to them, I just feel that we're quite in tune with what is said and what our national legislation and regulation says. But how to go further, how to go on a more practical slope. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, but it's interesting to know that you feel that we're already on the same wavelengths, which means it should not be so difficult to then intertwine. Okay, I will now give another 5 minutes to Sophia to talk about her EU perspective on multi-level governance.
Thank you. And ahead of focusing more on the theme, it's good to see that some of the legislation, so from a more top-down approach, the low platform buses, for example, are reaching every city in Europe, and this was initially an obligation from EU regulation, so not also to deny a bit the principle that everything that comes from EU legislation is threatening and people may have a problem with. So there are indeed some very good examples, and hopefully the public procurement revised regulations that I mentioned will also have important results. And another tool that I mentioned that is a way of working together that can allow, and it's always a concern for whenever cities and even organizations want to promote accessibility and develop accessible urban environments, there is a cost related to it. So at EU level there is fund available, and through some calls for proposals on the accessible tourism, and Laurent has mentioned this study, so there's data coming out of it, but also you can also develop a project between several cities within your country, beyond your country, and promote accessible tourism, and just promote accessibility in your own town with the use of structural and investment funds, and promote inclusive education. There's 20% of the funds for the 7 years that is devoted to social inclusion, so use them as much as possible to develop projects related to inclusion, from accessibility to other areas, employment, education, whatever you have to propose that you find useful for your city. I would also like to point out that opportunities like these, and when we have the Access City Award, which happens every year at in the beginning of December on the occasion of the celebration of the European Day, of the International Day of People with Disabilities, it's always a great opportunity to see the cities showcasing, and then some cities and mayors start seeing what others are doing and try to do better, and there's a sort of healthy competition. And so these are great opportunities, and the EU also has this role of putting people together and help different countries, cities, and people sharing their best practices, and so that they can learn with each other, raising visibility and everything. Finally, on the statistics, which is a point that everyone in the area of disability in general and accessibility as well struggles. Indeed, we try to have at EU level to have comparable data and can substantiate our case. We have some statistical data which is collected at European level by Eurostat together with the agencies in each country, and also ANED, the network of European experts on disability that Mark here is representing, who also collect a lot of information in the areas of the convention, and accessibility of course being one of them. And you can see what type of indicators can be used to measure how we are advancing in Europe. And that's it. I'm happy to have questions and discuss it further with the audience. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the first question. Of course, since we are here at the City Conference, we of course would like to know how the European Commission is making sure that all the legislation and soft policy instruments are aligned to the realities that cities experience on the ground.
At EU level, we have a so-called high-level group on disability where every member state is represented. So there we discuss twice a year with all the member states different topics, accessibility being one that comes up on a regular basis. But we also have other forums like the conference on the conference on the International Day of People with Disabilities, where we invite organizations, civil society organizations from all over Europe to discuss, and representing cities and all types of disabilities. And other occasions, the theme accessibility comes up in the Committee of the Regions, and your city can bring this topic again on discussions. It's never too much. So there are ways where we can raise the importance and the visibility of this issue.
Okay, thank you. So I think now it's time to start being interactive, and to this end I'm going to get up and get the microphone. So I want to start from cities, because I can see quite a few people from cities here. I think we have Toulouse, Oslo, in addition to Paris, Ljubljana, Lisbon, Berlin. Am I forgetting anyone? I'm not aware of another. Even a politician from Berlin is with us. Welcome. Mainly the question for the city workshop participants first. What are your experiences, and how do you work with other levels of governance? How do you work with your region? How do you work with your national level? And how do you work with the EU? How are you also influenced by the processes that are happening at the national level, at the EU level? What is your first-hand experience about it? Tell us your story. Any volunteers? Oh, there.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pedro, from very recently working with Deputy Mayor João Afonso, from Deputy Mayor for Social Rights. Till last week I've been working for 3 years in a mission team with the mayor of Lisbon to develop a strategy combining the Lisbon strategy with the European one, and at that time, in 2012, when we started, to combine both things with the announced strategic financial priorities for the 2014-2020. So what I would like to let you to share with you, it's the experience that we had in Lisbon regarding the bottlenecks and the difficulties to articulate the local levels with the national levels and the European ones, regarding the new structural funds for this period. So this is the first note. We know that the things has not been the same in all countries, but at least in Portugal, and particularly in Lisbon, we had that difficulty, and especially regarding some more decentralized policies from the European level to the local level through the member states. We think that we have not achieved what it has been announced by the European Commission in 2012-2013. So let's see how the things are going to run now within the implementation phase in these next years, and to see whether during this 7 years period the European Commission is available to accomplish some changes, to adapt regarding the experience and the monitoring process. Finally, the second note that I would like to share with you, it's still today the difficulty to mainstream these accessibility issues regarding all the other policies, and we still feel that this environmental accessibility policies are still quite stigmatized within the disability fields, and difficulties to mainstream these goals and preoccupations within many other European policies in practice, not theoretically speaking. So my advice regarding already 2 decades of experience with Eurocities, with the cities and the European level as well, it's that we need to have people which are aware of these issues, working on the other groups, on the other working groups, on the other forums, not only at Eurocities level, but also within the, generally speaking, all the other forums and groups at European policy level, in order to be able to maximize the opportunities that we might find with budgets from other policies. For instance, we have been engaged with CEREMA very recently regarding Horizon 2020 application. Unfortunately, we have not get success with it. Last year, regarding sewage and how to say, preventing risks, resilient cities issues. And it was a great pleasure to work with CEREMA and other research institutions across Europe. So let's resume that I still think 20 years after I have started to have contact with Eurocities and with EU policies, disability policies, accessibility policies, that we need to mainstream much, much more, and to have, like, let's say, ambassadors of these preoccupations in the other forums, and not all only concentrated in this kind of forums. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Lots of important points. One on the European Social Fund, which I will let Sofia answer very soon. We also look at Eurocities at this, and there is a mixed picture from different cities coming on how cities are involved. Some cities are not very involved, and others are quite well involved in shaping these priorities. And the other very important topic that you brought up is mainstreaming. How do we make sure that we are there, that this is a shared responsibility of everyone? But before I let the panelists reply, I would like to gather a little bit more experiences on working with the national level and EU level and regional level from other cities. And I know, Sasha, because we are in touch and you give a lot of input to our work, that Ljubljana has actually contributed to the national legislation. And I wonder whether you would be happy to tell us about that.
Yes, it always comes to the human thing. The thing is, if you can make contact, if you can make some official on the state's level aware of the issues, accessibility issues, equal right issues, then things can get moving. In the opposite way, it's not the case. The case of accessibility in Slovenia is solving, in my opinion, more or less sporadically, because we have local level, that is municipalities, 280 approximately, and then there's a state level. There's no regional level in between. So it's a matter of specific municipality, how much focus is getting on the accessibility. The thing is that Ljubljana is a capital city. As I said, we possess a lot of knowledge, human capacity, and on the state level, I know that isn't so. So the knowledge gathered in the capital city is, I can say that for sure, greater than the knowledge regarding accessibility at the ministries. So at this moment, it is the case that the regulation, the state regulation about accessibility is getting changed, is getting revised. And the Ljubljana municipality was asked to provide special help and expertise regarding accessibility. And at this moment, I and my colleague from the Council for Removing Architectural Barriers, we are a member of team which will revise this state regulation. It is a good practice, but I think the general picture is not so good as it seems.
Okay, thanks so much for that. Any other comments on cities' experiences working with other level of governance? I'll ask then other people, but I would like to first hear. Okay, then there's regional experience. Perfect, let's go for that.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the Spanish case, I think it's very interesting because we have very clear administrative levels, the national or state level, the regional or autonomous communities level, such as Catalonia, Andalusia, Castilla, etc., and the local level. And we have quite a long tradition in the subject of accessibility. We started with a modern, more or less modern view of accessibility in the 80s. And it was mainly through the regional governments who started with regulating the needs, the standards of accessibility. The question is that some regions have used the accessibility. It's a very sensible, politically sensitive issue, and they have used in some ways accessibility as a way of differentiating one from another. So they have changed very small things in the standards. If the cross slope in one is 2%, in another one is 3%. There's probably no technical reason why in one is 1% lower or higher, but there may be some political influence of trying to have your own personality in your own cities, in your own region. And so it has created a real problem for the people who work in different regions, for companies, for example, and also a need in some ways to review this, to try to make it more rational from a global perspective. So the state tried to take back some influence through the review of the urban accessibility standards in the 2010 with a law. The problem is that once you have been doing things in such a way for 10, 15 years, it's very difficult to go back to a common standard. And so we worked with the ministry to make this common standard. And it was very critical and very difficult because we put together the regions to discuss, and every region wanted all agreed that the standard was good, to have a common standard. But the problem is that everyone wanted his own standard, you know? So once you approved a different standard, some of them said, well, I don't want that. For example, Barcelona is not accepting the statal way of blind signaling, because it has its own way to do this. And they say, well, are we going to put all the city in work to change all that? So it's very difficult. And well, I wanted to speak also about the need to have more detailed statistics about accessibility in Europe. I think this is a big issue. We did a study in Spain in 1999 with 80 cities, with 12 architects moving from city to city and taking all the measuring and having and measuring time of the lights, of traffic lights, the width of the passages for the people to move, the slopes, etc., etc. And we had a very good basis to do the national plan, which was approved as a law in 2003. It was not implemented very much because the government changed and all that. But we put a national plan of accessibility for the first time. And we needed to know exactly what was the situation in different sizes of cities throughout Spain. So I think it should be very interesting to have something like that in a Europe scale. And perhaps it's an idea for the future to think about. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is also very interesting to see how the dynamics is in the country where the regions have very strong autonomy, right? And that sometimes it actually can work out differently. Before we proceed with exchanging with you, I would like to just give an opportunity to see if any of the panelists would like to reply to the comments. I see Sophia.
Yeah. So regarding the European Social Fund and all of the structural and investment funds, these funds are European, but they are managed at national level. Therefore, each country will define its own priorities, following, of course, the regulation and the instructions at European level. And then national level, the way civil society and organizations are involved, it's not always the same. But then it's all managed at national level. But of course, we cannot just at the European level say, well, now it's for the member states and we don't worry about anymore. So there has to be accountability, and so the colleagues that are following and dealing directly with the entities managing the funds are supposed to control, but in any case we know that this is a weak point that we have at EU level, and we are now taking the advantage that we are now part of DG Employment, which is also the DG that is in charge of all of the use of the social fund. We will be working very closely with the desk officers per member state that deal with the agency, so that they are briefed, that they know, because they might not know through their work and professional and personal life, that they are aware of disability rights, accessibility, and that when they are checking that this is also done properly. And so there will be work together directly with the geographical desks in DG Employment, and also this year we will develop a whole internal training, because colleagues in the several Director Generals change, and knowledge and experience goes from one place to the other. Mainstreaming is working, but of course it can work better, and so we will continue to have regular trainings, and this year we are starting it up again. To reply to the Spanish regional case and the studies, and well, this year the work on the standards on the built environment, which was a mandate issued by the Commission to the standardization organizations at European level that focus on accessibility requirements on the built environment, will finally continue. And because the standard procedures take a lot of time, and with this there will be more information and more data collected at European level, and this one is focused on the built environment. There was a previous one that is now standard, so the work has been concluded on the area of ICT, so the accessibility of ICT products. But yes, we always struggle with data, but we will continue to get more and develop more at national level, regional level, and European level for comparable data. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to input? Okay. We're sort of running late, but actually this was the first thing that I learned when I started working with Pedro on this conference, is that everything in Lisbon starts 15 minutes late and ends 15 minutes late. That's what you told me. So if you don't mind, if the discussion takes off, we will continue. And I think the main point for us would be to start talking about what can we do better, what can we do differently, to help also Anna formulate our questions to the panel tomorrow. But before we get there, I would like to see whether we can also maybe have some experiences from the national level about how working with cities is, and I'm specifically looking here at Ms. Selmina from the Latvian Ministry of Social Welfare. Would you be able to tell us a little bit about how easy or how difficult is it to work with cities? How do you, are you able to link with us? I mean, perhaps we can also learn a little bit by seeing it from the other side.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I have to admit that Latvia has ratified the convention only 5 years ago, and so far it has been mainly the coordinating work at the government level between the line ministries and the local municipalities. We don't have the regional level either. The local municipalities don't do very much in the sphere, and I think this is the government's responsibility on one hand to spread the knowledge about the convention and the possible activities that could be done and what is expected by the convention to be done. And this is our intention in the next few years to have an emphasis on. The other thing we are doing and which has impact on municipalities is the use of the structural funds, where the regulation sets quite clearly that horizontal priorities have to be taken into account, and it depends on the national level exactly how. We experienced from the last planning period that when we had criteria on horizontal priorities where disability is within it, like bonus points for applicants, it didn't work quite well. Some projects did get these bonus points, but it was not enough to have the weight to have great impact on these projects, and that they were not deleted if they didn't comply. It was just like a positive thing to do, but not a prescription that had to be done. This time we have done it differently. Whenever the activity is meant to have direct or indirect impact on a target group, the applicant has to confirm and comply with the criteria on horizontal priorities. And social fund money and also each structural funds money allows to spend certain amount on technical aid, on technical assistance, and that is where we can do our seminars for applicants, be it social projects or the ERDF money for the technical buildings and investments, and this is where it is very welcome by the regions, by cities, by companies that develop projects and investments. So every new thing that is developed with the use of the structural funds is really taking into account the disability area, and not only accessibility, but also participation as such in soft activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laurent, you work with cities and national levels. How, in your view, the connection looks like, and what can we do to better link up these levels? And also perhaps in France you have departments, maybe you can also factor that in.
Yeah, in the field of accessibility, except the fact that departments and regions are responsible for lycée and college, as buildings. They are not maybe the main actors in accessibility. Basically, the idea of the working group that we created 1 year ago was that French cities felt that they need to exchange information and to and best practices and also bad practices and obstacles they encountered, and that they don't really have a place to do this. So that's why we decided to create this working group to help them exchange more. At the European level, listening to what was being said, I was thinking that maybe identifying all the resources, the tools, and also maybe the teams or the networks. For instance, I was not aware of the network of experts on disability, and I'm glad I've heard about it today. Might be very useful in order to help different types of actors, cities or researchers, national agency like mine, to gather in the frame of specific projects and to collect funds and etc. And I don't really know who could do that. Maybe it's in itself a multi-partner project, but I think it would be useful. The other idea is that maybe if you want to widespread and mainstream this accessibility culture that everybody seems to agree that needs to be mainstreamed. I think we have to go in other professional communities and not stay between people who are convicted that accessibility is something very important, because in the end you always see the same person, and maybe it won't get further at the moment. And maybe I'm here from yesterday, and we've already discussed, I think, twice or maybe more about the smart cities, which is the new maybe one of the new very trendy word for cities. And I think that people from accessibility with a very user-centered approach could benefit to these smart cities actions, mainstreaming and widespreading the accessibility culture in other professional communities. That was my thoughts.
Thank you. So smart cities need to become accessible and don't preach to the converted. Just to give background to those who join us, why Laurent was talking about yesterday, since the conference started at 2, we had a working group meeting. We have a Eurocities working group meeting on barrier-free city for all, and that's a working group of city experts. And in that framework, we actually had that smart cities discussion. And I will quote Barbara, who said that people who do smart cities have to remember about those who will live in those smart cities later on. I actually put it on Twitter, and it got quite a lot of retweets, so we're reaching a wider audience with that message. Sophia?
No, just drawing on something that Laurent said, I was just thinking on the whole business case of accessibility, that of course people here are aware, but other people, business people, sometimes think of it as a burden, as a cost, and we always have to say, listen, if you have your products, your shop, your bank, your whatever you're selling more accessible, besides respecting the rights of other people, you are also gaining more consumers, and that's what you're in business for. So if you have a shop and your shop is accessible, you have people with disabilities or wheelchair users, or if you can communicate in accessible formats with people that have communications difficulties, then you will increase the number of consumers. So it's a win-win situation. But it's never enough to say it again, and I just wanted to point this out. Thank you.
Okay, so making the business case for accessibility is also important. I want to go back to you, open the floor for the audience more. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Per Anders Benson. I'm from Gothenburg. And I've been listening all afternoon, and I have found that, that very many speakers have said that they have all the personnel very willing in order to make the cities accessible for everyone. But they wonder how. And in the meantime, I experience also in my city that even though we have a good organization, there are still new buildings that is inaccessible. Why? The education. Not the architects, not the contractors, not the electricians. No one has their own experience of accessibility. So they do what they are usually doing. And the persons that are set to inspect the buildings doesn't have the experience either. So it passes. And then you have new obstacles to try to break down again. And while you are concentrating on breaking down all the old barriers, you will have new ones. And it goes on and on and on, unless the education of in every area, like architects, like contractors, whatever, have their education in and awareness in the accessibility. I think that's a key for the future. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here 20 years from now having the same issues, which is too bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The importance of experience and awareness, I don't know if the other participants noticed, but it was actually a slide here of the 2 deputy mayors in wheelchairs, so I think they wanted to get some experience and awareness. I think that's quite appreciated. But I think the big question always is, do we then need more legislation? Is this the solution here? Sasha says no. Let's hear from you.
Well, I think that accessibility is a matter of human rights. So it shouldn't differ from city to city, from region to region, or even from state to state. It should, in my opinion, go from up to the bottom. The lady said before that cities aren't too active on accessibility, that the state region is somehow more active. I see it differently, again, from perspective of Ljubljana. There's an action plan on the state level, which is adopted for a 5-year period, but it's adopted. Nobody is pushing the cities or the entities in charge of the measures to do them. At the end of the period, the evaluation is done and the report is issued. The legislation is perfect, let's say in Slovenia. We have adopted in 2010 a law that requires there's a 5-year interim period that all services should be offered equally to everybody. It ends at the end of this year, but nobody knows from the service, the shops, owners of the shops and other, nobody knows that this law was even adapted. In my opinion, the state should make sure that everybody knows that they have the duty to do that there's a penalty they will face if they don't do that, and it shouldn't be a matter of goodwill of one city, or it should be implemented and said you have to do that, and it should be horizontal in every city.
Okay, so more implementation of the law rather than more legal instruments. Anyone else having Anna Berit?
Well, I can only speak from Oslo's perspective and Norway. The fact that we have laws about universal design has really helped us, both in terms of accessibility, but also for our age-friendly project. So we see them very closely linked. And the universal design laws actually also, if companies or developers don't comply with their laws, they get a grace period in which to fix the problem. So there are sanctions in place as well if you don't follow the laws. So it certainly helped us.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Pedro, then Lisa, and then I think I'm going to just check with my panelists.
Well, EU regulations gave a boost to accessibility in our country. Our public procurement law, for the first time, has things that were in the public procurement directive regarding accessibility. There's no way they would ever make it to national law if not for European directive. All our airports have a service to help passengers with reduced mobility. This was implemented in 6 months in all airports in our country, continent and islands. No way this would have ever happened, and so quickly, without a European directive. There are many things that European regulations can and should do for those that in the cities are working for accessibility. this is my message for Sofia. The European Commission, I think, would find in many cities, through Eurocities namely, eager partners to implement its regulations. Another thing is, there are various ways. We always get stuck in the investment issue, but there are various options to explore. For example, one of them is already being explored. European money should be spent in accessible facilities. Well, that's what the Americans did in '77 with their first accessibility regulations. They started by federal money in federal buildings. And so, but there are many options to explore. For example, fiscal incentives. Why? If it's such a public interest issue to make sure our continent becomes accessible, then definitely the same fiscal relief that exists for green projects should definitely exist also for investment in accessibility, specifically adaptations. And there is no way that will happen if the European Commission does not help the cities, because I'm not sure national governments are interested in talking about fiscal relief. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that for a long time. And then there's another final issue, which is what Sasha just mentioned. This is a human right. Historically, in Europe, at least, human rights, legislation for human rights was never advanced by consensus or from bottom up. Sorry, look at the history, never happened. It was always by enlightened people in public positions carving into the law new rights. And so that's the way it should be. And for us, for our country, it is a privilege to be a member of the European Union, and because most of what the European Union is doing in terms of accessibility regulations has really, like I said, helped boost accessibility in our country. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Pedro. Lisa from World Health Organization.
Hi, my name is Lisa Watt. I'm from the World Health Organization and I coordinate the global network of age-friendly cities and communities. Many of you here are actually members of the network, and I've been listening with great interest from the aging perspective, where with accessibility and aging we have so much in common. And my comment really responds to Laurent's observation how useful it is to have that exchange and learn from each other, and thinking about regulatory frameworks that everyone tries to comply with, but then the implementation is not that easy. And thinking from the global perspective, where we try and foster that exchange of experience between cities, one of the challenges is always that everyone tries to achieve the same thing, but works within very different local, regional, and national policy contexts. So my experience is in the network that the regional or national affiliates in the network that run and coordinate networks at regional or national level have that really important function of bringing cities together for information exchange, who all work within the same policy context, have access to the same financial incentives, for example, or working in this multi-level governance system that's very specific to their region or their country. So complementing, I guess, the regulatory frameworks, helping implementation, then there is really space for regional and national governments to foster information exchange and mutual learning in the way you're doing it with this conference, and many other networks are trying to help. But at the local level, it really has another quality because people really work within the same structures and culture and language. So that's what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to check with the panelists whether Jan has a comment. Yes?
Oui. En fait, je m'aperçois que le principal frein, enfin, je m'aperçois dans mon quotidien, les relations avec les différentes directions de la ville, avec les différents élus, avec les associations, les usagers, les commerçants, ceux qui ne sont pas directement concernés par le handicap également. Le principal frein, finalement, est une connaissance assez disparate du handicap et du quotidien des personnes en situation de handicap. Bien souvent, on s'arrête à la question de la mobilité ou de l'accessibilité du cadre bâti, et essentiellement pour les personnes en fauteuil roulant. La France, depuis 2005, s'est dotée d'outils législatifs très ambitieux qui portent un message d'accessibilité universelle qui concerne toutes les situations de handicap, physique, sensoriel, psychique et cognitif. Et on voit que c'est très difficile parce que chaque acteur concerné par sa mise en accessibilité ne voit l'accessibilité et le handicap que par le paradigme du fauteuil roulant, des travaux du cadre bâti, d'une impossibilité financière ou de difficultés en investissement et en budget. Alors je ne sais pas pourquoi on a toujours cette image-là, peut-être que c'est une crainte de se retrouver un jour en situation de handicap, dans un fauteuil roulant, mais il y a une vraie méconnaissance du handicap, et ce que c'est de faire la ville, c'est déjà de traiter tous les champs de l'accessibilité, de la petite enfance, ou même du désir d'avoir un enfant quand on est en situation de handicap, ou de comment accueillir son enfant lorsqu'il a été diagnostiqué avec une forme de handicap, de autisme, de trisomie, de surdité, etc., jusqu'à toutes les étapes de la vie et le vieillissement. Et je pense que pour arriver à changer les mentalités et à faciliter le fait que tout le monde se penche dans une accessibilité universelle, c'est de s'approprier cette culture du handicap dont parlait Bernard Jomier, et de se réunir, nous, différents acteurs à différents niveaux en Europe, que ce soit les villes, les gouvernements ou les réseaux européens, pour sensibiliser nos concitoyens et leur montrer que le handicap, ce n'est pas seulement pouvoir emprunter le métro parisien quand on est en fauteuil roulant, ça va bien au-delà, et de faire tomber toutes ces barrières pour pouvoir construire une cité ouverte à tous, comme on essaie de le faire pour les enfants, pour les seniors, pour les publics éloignés, pour des raisons socio-économiques, d'origine géographique, pour les migrants. Il y a un vrai sujet sur les migrants en Europe. Comment construire ce vivre ensemble avec toutes ces composantes, toutes ces différences, mais finalement, c'est les différences qui permettent de construire un ensemble homogène et qui avance. Et c'est ce que portent quand même les pays historiques de l'Union européenne, justement ce désir de vivre ensemble et de porter une connaissance commune. Voilà, donc nous on fait un événement tous les ans au mois de mai-juin avec plein d'événements autour du handicap, mais je pense qu'on devrait vous parler du 3 décembre pour organiser un événement. Voilà, peut-être inventer des outils de communication, de sensibilisation qu'on pourrait dupliquer dans les pays, dans chacun de nos pays, dans nos villes. Mais je pense que c'est le levier principal, finalement, il est peut-être là.
Thank you very much, and I see that City of Toulouse would like to also contribute.
Oui, bonjour, je profite que tout le monde ait encore le casque sur les oreilles. En fait, on parle beaucoup de réseau national, européen, et plutôt technique. Finalement, on se rend compte que l'accessibilité fonctionne, elle avance lorsque les politiques sont vraiment engagées. On l'a vu sur Ljubljana. Sur Lisbonne, d'autres collectivités. Et en fait, je me pose vraiment la question, peut-être que Laurent pourra répondre aussi, parce que c'est vrai que sur la France, il y a des réseaux de maires de France, au niveau des régions. Alors je ne sais pas en Europe, dans les autres pays, comment ça se passe. Est-ce qu'au niveau des élus, des décideurs, est-ce qu'il y a vraiment aussi ce même système de réseau par rapport à l'accessibilité, de façon à ce qu'ils prennent vraiment conscience de cette nécessité-là? Parce que nous, les techniciens, on aura beau connaître les lois, essayer de mettre en place cette accessibilité sur le terrain, mais si on n'est pas épaulé par les décideurs, nos élus, on a un peu plus de mal et c'est un peu plus compliqué. Donc je voulais savoir si au niveau de l'Europe, par exemple, il y a ce type de travail-là avec les élus.
Well, Annalisa is signing to me, and I know what she would like me to say. We are that network. We are also a network of politicians, and you are part of it. But it's true that I allow myself to say that with Annalisa's arrival also comes this new wave to involve politicians better in our work. We have perhaps been also quite focused on technical work before, and now we are trying to bring the two together better. I know that the Association of Mayors in France, I think, as far as I know, is a little bit unique. Certainly, I'm from Poland. We don't have anything like that. There is a city network, but not really a mayor's network. But Laurent, perhaps you have any other input?
For the specific case of France, we do have a politicians' association. In the field of the working group that we have created 1 year ago, we were wondering if we should or not include politicians in the working group. The technicians that were here very quickly said we want to stay between technicians at first because we want to be free to say what we have to say. So that was the first the first option that we chose. But now we're wondering how to connect it with this politicians association. Maybe let them know what we conclude at the end of our meetings or things like that to raise awareness also among politicians. But again, it's a problem of political commitment. I mean, if we don't find the right politician, if the mayor of Ljubljana, for instance, isn't part of the association of French mayor, which is, I think, the case, we won't have such a good echo in this association. So we have to find the good politicians also in this association to have a good echo to what we do between technicians.
Thank you. I think personally this could be an excellent question for tomorrow because we will have 3 city politicians, 2 deputy mayors and 1 councillor, and we could ask them, how do you think you could work with your colleagues? I think it could be one idea. I have a lady, I'm sorry, because just behind you I had gotten a signal before, and after that I would like to also give Anna an opportunity to ask a question because she's actually the one who will do the hard job of summarizing everything that we said here in 3 minutes tomorrow on stage. So I have to give her the opportunity. But could you first tell us who you are?
Hi, I'm Marianne, and je suis française aussi, mais comme je représente ici un réseau européen, donc je me disais que je pense que c'est un appel, je devais parler. And I will switch to English because I'm representing this network. I think it's great that several networks, that Eurocities does this kind of events, because I think, so I represent the European Social Network. This is a network, the independent network of European public social services. So our members are directors of social services at local level, national level and regional level. So I think we have this in common with Eurocities, that it's very important for us that the role of local governments and local authorities are recognized in cities, but also at county level, regional level. So this is absolutely crucial. There is a lot to say, I think, on what we heard today, but I think it's important to remind everyone that of the role of local communities in building inclusive societies. Mr. Kostasek said that it was important to see the building, to see the way to the building, and I would go even further in saying, once you're in the building, how do you actually access this service? Like, what is made by the people who work there to make it inclusive. And here the role of mutual exchange, of peer learning is really important to make it accessible not only physically but also from a mental perspective, from a mindset perspective, I would say. So we shouldn't forget about that. Also, I picked up on the social investment thing, that it's not a cost. Accessibility benefits everyone, because in the end, it's good for the communities, it's good for the business, and it's good because we are all going to be old one day, and we are all going to need accessible places and services. And I think, except from a few exceptions, everyone at the local level is faced with, from one side, decreasing resources, growing needs, and growing competencies. I think apart from a few exceptions, municipalities and regions are going to have more and more responsibilities. In France, in the Netherlands, in the Nordic countries, I think this is really the level where things happen. And just to finish, the role of the local level in implementing everything that the EU and the national level do is absolutely crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're providing a great link for tomorrow's panels as well. I would like to give floor to Anna, because I already promised 10 minutes ago. And
well, I was just wondering, because I look at the list of panelists for tomorrow, and we will have member of the European Parliament, and that hasn't come up yet.
Actually, she's ill and she cannot come.
But nevertheless, I was just wondering, because I think European Parliament can be a great platform for the cities. I mean, all the members of the Parliament come from somewhere. Most of them, or a lot of them, come from the cities. They speak for their citizens, and I think that could be a fantastic channel. And they also speak, they are politicians, they are very influential, and they speak for their constituents. So I was just wondering if that could be a channel that could be strengthened or used to push that. And the second point, I was just reflecting about the mainstreaming. We've been talking about mainstreaming of different policies, but I really liked what the Norwegian colleague said about universality. Because when we talk about mainstreaming, how the different levels should work together, I'm just asking myself, well, why should the different levels work together? And I think all the different levels, local, regional, European, are working for their citizens, so the citizens feel at home, so everyone can improve their quality of life. And I think if we go beyond that, you're talking about accessibility, not only for people with disabilities, but for older people, for younger people, for parents with children, not forgetting the migrants, and our society is becoming much more diverse. You're really broadening the accessibility, so it touches and it's relevant for everyone.
Thank you so much. So I think, we asked the workshop questions on how to work together. I think you took it to a new level, how to convince people that they actually should be working together. I think another interesting point for the panel tomorrow. Any reactions, any final? I know Sophia would like to have a wrap-up words. Okay, we have Catalonian region and Gothenburg, and then I suggest that we give the floor to Sophia and we slowly start thinking about the dinner reception, which starts sharply at 7. So I don't want to keep you too long. I want to give you half an hour to maybe go back to your hotel or freshen up. Please.
I was remembering that we had once the European concept of accessibility. It was a study done in different countries together to reach a common view of accessibility from a European perspective in 1996, I think. So in some way there are ways to go in and try to work in the standards, in common standards. And probably, I'm not a lawyer, but at the EU level, it's easier to work at the level of human rights or the rights of the citizens. And so that's how we got this, for example, law in France in 2005 and in Spain in 2003. So it's very important what Europe has done in this sense. No? So the question is, having standards that are really usable for all kinds of people are part of our rights as Europeans. I mean, having a general basis, the same basis of how to reach to places, how to treat the built environment or the technologies, the ITCs, etc. Is that something that we could view as a right so that it is a way to introduce some standardization at the European level? That's something that could help to move forward in this sense.
Thank you very much. We now go back to our colleague from Gothenburg. The microphone is coming your way. Just 1 second.
Thank you. I'd like to sum up what Anna said just now. We have a saying in Gothenburg that is that what's necessary for a few, it's good for quite many people, but it's convenient for everyone. And that's about sums up universal designs too.
Thank you. Do we have any other inputs from the audience? Last remark from Pedro from Lisbon.
Well, actually, I would like to make a challenge for all these partners and especially for Eurocities. According to my experience, and especially with this last period for the European Strategy 2020, there are several opportunities, but for this area, which is subject of this conference, from different perspectives. I suppose that most of them are hidden, are not clear to the eyes of the majority of the partners and of the people which are usually working with this team. These opportunities are spread all over the different programs and not specifically in the European Social Fund. And sometimes, as I said, in a hidden way. So a remarkable work that, in my opinion, shall be done, it's to identify these opportunities and to join them all together in a sort of a working paper, which give us a transversal, horizontal perspective over these opportunities. I'll give you an example with which I'm working with, which is the EITLs. So the KIC, the Knowledge Innovation Community, funded by the EIT, the European Institute of Technology and Innovation, which has started in January this year, to set up a business area articulating the knowledge triangle of universities, research centers, industry and healthcare providers. Of course, that the environmental issues, accessibility included, are one of the topics, and we have in this consortium, the winner consortium, we have approximately 150 partners in these three areas: university, healthcare providers, and industry. And we can't see municipalities there, with the exception of Lisbon and Stockholm, and of course many other organizations from the civil society which are not engaged with this process, which will get co-funding from the EIT for a period of 7 years of more than 80 million billion euros for this period, which is quite a lot. Well, so this is just an example. I would have, I would be able to figure out many others. So the challenge is to move forward with this work, which would help to get financial opportunities to put accessibility in practice, creating jobs and promoting inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for this example. We are now already past the Portuguese quarter as well, as 6 o'clock. So I will give a final word to Sofia, because I promised, and then I will just wrap up the session, and then I'll see you at 7 p.m. at the dinner.
Thank you. Just a quick 3 points. One of the things I wanted to point out, because it has not been mentioned today, is also to give us a scope of what we're talking about. There are 80 million people with disabilities in the EU. We are not talking about 1% of the population. It's 1 in every 6 people has a disability. So, and the population is aging, so accessibility needs will increase. Always on the go scale, on the going up scale. That was one of the points. Then on the I'm glad to hear that all at EU level the contribution that the EU has done through legislation funding is highly welcome, and you have to understand that we cannot go to the detail of prescribing the solutions. We cannot prevent innovation. Technology is moving at a very quick speed. So we have to make the requirements, but then when you want to have more explaining what exactly do I need to do, the best is always if there are at national level, a regional level, or at standard level, there's no defined solutions involved always people with disabilities. They know better. Either working with people with disabilities or at least consulting them and see what would be the best solution for people with your needs or with others' needs. And this will help all, as we have seen, being disabled people, older people, people with parents with buggies, people with heavy suitcases, whatever it would be. And finally, I wanted to point out, and of course the EU is very open to collaborate and work together with Eurocities and other networks to improve, continue to work on this area and others that are relevant to the cities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sofia. Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Laurent. And Anna, you have an incredibly difficult task. I am not jealous at all. To summarize these discussions, I feel that we have touched upon a lot of different topics. Almost each of them could now warrant a separate workshop. But thank you all for coming and contributing and telling us of your experience. And if you have any final remarks or would like to continue, we will see you at 7 p.m. at dinner. Thank you.